expendable version of Starship, what in the world are they bringing in? Where are they sending it?
I don't know, but I want to live in that timeline, man.
Yeah, dude, same.
Agreed. But this is the timeline we have for now, and we still have a giant, massive vehicle on the pad. It is currently empty, though. So let's take two fueling questions here that I want to combine into one. First off, they want to know, Max, when tank farm activity? That's from Suknor. And then also, how long does it take to fuel from your crazy uncle?
So we should be saying that the tank farm wake up at around, EJ, correct me if I'm wrong, around the T-3 hour mark? Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and so obviously the first sign that everything's waking up and active is that pulp vent, which is a little bit to the left of the center of screen there, left of the condensers. That is the first sign that SpaceX is waking up the tank farm, chilling everything down, getting propellants ready to flow wherever they need to. The actual go for propellant load is done or conducted. The poll for that is conducted by the SpaceX flight director at T-1 hour and 15 minutes. And we should be hearing a go shortly after that. In terms of the actual times it takes to actually load propellant onto the ship and the booster, ship methane load. Goodness gracious, ship methane load begins at T-53 minutes, followed by ship lock starting at.
Ну, конечно. Вот. И теперь, короче, SpaceX заценен на сегодня, на 13 октября, на стартовое окно с 23:15 по UTC, по 00:30 по UTC следующего дня, 14 октября, на запуск 11 испытательного интегрированного полета Starship Booster 15.2 и Ship 38. Это будет также последний полет второй версии Starship, а также последний полет с первой оригинальной орбитальной стартовой площадки Starbase Orbital Launch Mount А, ну либо же Orbital Launch Pad А. Предстоящий полет будет основан на успешных демонстрациях, полученных в ходе 10-го летного испытания Starship, включая летные эксперименты по сбору данных для своих режимов ускорителя следующего поколения, стресс-тестирование теплозащитного экрана Starship, демонстрация маневров, который будет имитировать финальный заход верхней ступени на посадку для будущего возвращения на стартовую площадку. Ускоритель, участвующий в этом испытательном полете, ранее участвовал в полете 8 и будет запущен с 24 проверенными в космосе двигателями Raptor. Его основной целью испытаний станет демонстрация уникальной конфигурации работы двигателя при посадке, который планируется использовать на сверхтяжелом ускорителе следующего поколения. Ракета будет протестирована на траектории полета в районе залива Америка и не будет возвращаться на место запуска для посадки. Super Heavy включит 13 двигателей в начале посадочного импульса, затем перейдет в новую конфигурацию с 5 двигателями для фазы отключения, ранее использовавшихся 3 двигателя, запланированные для Super Heavy V3. Базовые двигатели будут использоваться на участке импульса, отвечающего за тонкую настройку траектории ускорителя, обеспечивая дополнительную избыточность на случай спонтанного выключения двигателя. Затем ускоритель перейдет снова на всего лишь 3 центральных двигателя в конце посадочного импульса, войдя в режим полного зависания над поверхностью океана, после чего двигатель выключится и ускоритель упадет в залив Америка. Основная цель летных испытаний — измерить динамику реального аппарата при выключении двигателя при переходе между различными фазами. Верхний блок Starship будет предназначен для решения нескольких космических задач, таких как развертывание 8 имитаторов Sting, сопоставимых по размеру со спутниками Sting следующего поколения. Имитаторы Sting будут находиться на той же сопровождательной траектории, что и к Starship, и, как ожидается, сгорят при входе в атмосферу. Также планируется повторный запуск одного двигателя Raptor в космосе. Летные испытания включают в себя ряд экспериментов и внесение эксплуатационных изменений, направленных на обеспечение возможности возвращения верхней ступени Starship на стартовую площадку в будущих полетах. Для повторного входа в атмосферу со Starship были сняты плитки, чтобы намеренно провести стресс-тест уязвимых зон по всему аппарату. Несколько отсутствующих плиток находятся в местах, где плитки соединены с аппаратом и не имеют резервного абляционного слоя. Чтобы имитировать траекторию, по которой корабль будет возвращаться на звездную базу, в будущих полетах заключительный этап траектории Starship на рейсе 11 включает в себя динамический вираж и проверку дозвуковых алгоритмов наведения перед посадочным импульсом и приводнением в Индийском океане. Статус подготовки к полету: перекрытие дорог уже было в 17:00 по EDC за 6 часов и 15 минут до запуска. Вот, примерно за 3 часа 15 минут до запуска в 21:00 по EDC у нас должно начаться активность заправочной инфраструктуры. Хотя, как мы видим, она уже потихонечку начинает оживать заправочная инфраструктура. Ну и далее за 53 минуты начала заправки, дальше там все как обычно в среднем. Вот. Поскольку я не буду уже как раньше проходиться по всей истории Starship, для этого вы можете посмотреть предыдущие прямые трансляции, там это все рассказано. Я в этой прямой трансляции расскажу вам полностью про изменения, про полную подготовку транспортных средств к этому полету, про изменения в этом полете. Какие у нас будут эксперименты в этом полете, полный профиль полета, возможно, если получится, покажу его в КСП, потому что у меня с КСП некоторые проблемы, ну и вот да. Так я начну полноценную прямую трансляцию где-то за 1,5 часа до запуска, то есть вы где-то... Ну, в 21:45 по UTC выходит, поэтому вот пока да. Оставляю вас здесь самих. Сейчас как это работает. Вот так это работает. Все.
Here's one from Jim Bale as an interesting thought experiment earlier. We're talking, of course, about fuel and all the propellants and things like that. And of course, we have the depot that is still going to be quite pertinent and important to lunar. A garden hose to fill an Olympic-sized swimming pool, but I guess it could work.
I mean, yeah, and you're also talking about the wrong kind of propellant too, because Falcon 9 runs on RP1 and liquid oxygen, and RP1 is essentially a highly refined version of kerosene, and that is, of course, nowhere near what methane or liquid natural gas is. So, I mean, also Falcon 9 doesn't have that much performance to ship up an entire load of prop up to any sort of orbiting tank or Starship depot. So, I don't think so. That's just highly unrealistic and really just not in the plans for what SpaceX maybe wants to do. Maybe they use Falcon at some point for some super cool like testing mission for some hardware. But I really, even then, I struggle to think of what that could be. But I think Starship and Falcon are going to remain separate completely and not really intertwine, if that makes sense.
It doesn't. Again, it also makes sense in the favorite technology termed dissimilar redundant architecture.
Yes.
In that you have two vehicles that have totally different designs, totally different propellants, totally different engines, totally different everything, so that if something happens to one vehicle, it doesn't affect the other. So if something were to happen to Starship, Falcon 9 can still fly its, 100 plus flights a year. If for some reason something happens to Falcon and they need to stop it temporarily from flying, that's not going to affect the pace of Starship. So it's kind of that ability to have a backup, to have different ways. Plus, you also don't always need a Starship to launch, a tiny 2,000 kilogram payload. I say tiny in air quotes.
Yeah, tiny, right? I have a question, fellas. This is just for Sawyer and Max. Like, do you, we're talking about like redundant dissimilar architecture, like I don't think Falcon's ever going to interface with Starship. Now, from the hardware wise, Sawyer, I think you're right. Like, you're never going to see like Starship with like a Falcon 9 tank sitting inside of it or something, right? Like, you're not going to see something like that. But do you think like in low Earth orbit operations that, pending like human rating for Starship, that you could see a Dragon rendezvous with a Starship on orbit? Think we'd ever see anything like that?
I mean, if SpaceX is able to turn a Starship variant into like a low Earth orbit station, nonetheless, I mean, we've kind of seen that before, right? Skylab, because Skylab was essentially a converted Saturn V third stage into a space station because it is this cavernous area, and it is a piece of hardware with this huge amount of area inside, of which, of course, they were able to utilize for low Earth orbit, long duration spaceflight for that time. So maybe at some point we see Dragon and a Starship station, I guess, quote unquote, come together. It would kind of make sense for some applications, but we may or may not also have Gateway at that time. We may or may not have some kind of ISS successor in the form of Axiom or Vast or whoever, at least here from the States. A lot in the air, no pun intended, obviously, with that question or that point. I do not, however, I do not think that is outside the realm of possibility. I'll say that much.
I mean, yeah. In fact, Vast has said that while, of course, they are going to be relying on Crew Dragon for the early part of it, they haven't ruled out being able to use Starship to launch portions and then dock to it. So, it's still an option. But I don't know if I would think that we would ever see a Dragon docking to a Starship. I feel like those are two totally separate things. Maybe, it would be cool to have an in-space flyby, kind of like the end of the shuttle program when they use the orbiters to do the 360 fly around to take pictures of the entire space station.
Oh,
to see that around Starship.
Oh, I need this in my life, Sawyer. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah, as they departed the station, they did not the rendezvous pitch maneuver, which was the flip to check the tiles. This is the shuttle went all the way around the ISS, and that's how we have the photos of it. In fact, 95% of the photos that you see of the ISS are ones from shuttle 15 years ago. And it looks like at 4 hours to go until the opening of the window, we have another roadblock in the works here. Max, which roadblock is this that's getting set up?
So this is one of the first hard roadblocks for anyone who is not of SpaceX personnel at the intersection of Highway 4 and Richardson Avenue, which is near our river site, which is where this camera is currently located. So essentially to even get to this point at all, you have to have either a ticket for the Rocket Ranch Outpost to watch from here, or you have to have private property over here to have access to. Or you are also a SpaceX employee, which, of course, if you are not, this is the absolute farthest you can go. However, if you are a SpaceX employee, I think, of course, given why you're there, you can obviously keep going. But obviously, we are not them, so we are currently here both at our river lot and also at the Rocket Ranch Outpost, which is where I am currently stationed and will be for launch as well, with some hopefully really good tracking footage. But yeah, that is going into effect now since we are past the T-minus 4 hour mark. I believe the T-minus 3 hour is when I want to say there's some kind of super hard down roadblock happening at T-minus 3, but that might be up kind of by LBJ Boulevard, which is where the village is. So, but either way, things are trending in the right direction, and people who are not supposed to be here or over there are certainly making their way out right now.
Yep, and so far, people are behaving, and it looks like the clouds and weather are behaving as well, with that 80% favorable weather. I mean, look at the skies there. That is absolutely gorgeous. Now, the other thing in regards to the clear skies is this is scheduled for 6:15 p.m. opening of the window. Max, are we getting towards the potential of jellyfish time? Because we saw during the stacking the other day, right around launch time, the lighting was absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, so we won't really. So, assuming a scenario where a jellyfish visual appearance is possible, that won't be really a thing until really after the sun is down, and we have a much darker sky to contrast the exhaust light against. So at 6:15, really not really, because methane produces a lot less, dirtiness in its combustion to have light reflect off of compared to a solid rocket motor or an RP1 powered engine. So at the current T0 of 6:15 or the window opening, I don't believe so. At the time we may start seeing it is around 7 o'clock. And of course here, locally in Starbase, the sunset will be occurring at 7:02 p.m. local time. So, and of course, we know the window goes until 7:30 p.m. now. So there is a window where Starship could be flying towards a potential jellyfish scenario and or nighttime. So, which we have not seen yet. And I guess kind of selfishly, I don't want that. I want to see it fly in daytime, and we can save a night flight towards when flights are more common than they are now. That's just me. Feel free to have your own conversation or not agree with me at all. That's fine. But I'm rather hoping that they target the opening of the window and stick to it and lift off at 6:15.
Yeah, night flights will be great once it becomes more regular, I think. Right now,
Right.
there's still that stunningness of seeing it during the day. And again, given the lighting that we saw during the lift stream, the colors should be absolutely spectacular regardless. And what's also spectacular is still the amount of support that we've been getting here. Bo, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Ron Smith with arms wide open under the sunlight. Welcome to this place. I'll show you everything. George Hill with a couple of questions here. The main one, of course, being here. 1, would SpaceX ever use Pad 1 to static fire V3 ship if Massey's isn't ready? And 2, they also live in the UK. Where do you advertise meetups like the one you did recently? Thank you. You guys are awesome. I know they coordinate a whole bunch of meetups in the meetup channel that we have in the NSF Discord. That I know for sure. So there's number 2. As for number 1, what do you think, EJ?
Let's see. Would SpaceX ever use Pad 1 to static fire V3 ships? I don't think so. V3 ships are a little ways out, George. We did see Ship 39 roll or at least a piece of it. It rolled out of Star Factory, and oh man, does it look nice. But we still have a lot of parts missing. So my guess is that they're probably trying to scale V3 production with Massey's finishing. I suppose if there was some kind of production bottleneck, maybe. Nothing's off the table with SpaceX. But I think tentatively their plan is to get Massey's up and running and retooled for Block 3 right around the time we see a completed Ship 39 roll out of one of the Mega Bay. I think that's my guess, but it seems logical.
Logical indeed. And I'm also told it was advertised in the members section of the channel right here on YouTube. So if you're a member, don't forget we have the community posts and things like that in the members section. So check all of that out too. Alex with a £5 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Saying more NSF goodness. I'm so impressed with Sawyer in particular, the most positive and hilarious dude despite some challenges. Thanks and good luck today all. Well, thank you, Alex. I appreciate that. I'll pass that along to him and let him know.
What?
Yeah.
I'm a challenge? Is that what we are? He's talking about me, isn't he?
No. You're not a challenge. You're a challenger. Fight. Ding ding.
Yes.
I don't know where that was going.
It's fine. You do a good job, Sawyer. I'm just saying, not to just sit here and be like, yo, you're awesome, but yeah, do good work, man.
Thank you. Also, thank you to Craig becoming a Red Team member. Shazbert saying, my Flight 11 patch shipped today. All I gotta say is, laissez les bon temps rouler. Go, Flight 11, with the New Orleans style go. And yes, I do speak French. Let the good times roll. And Sun Express for Jack's high chair with bacon tray attached and or bagel 101 night courses for adults.
He gets roasted and he's not even
all
here.
over the place.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Wow.
He gets roasted. He isn't even here. I love it.
His bacon. And for those who don't know, this goes back to the Flame Trench, which is our Friday kind of fun news recap show. There was a photo of some very burnt bacon that Jack had made there. If you don't check it out, check that show out. Of course, if you want the serious news, every Friday we have This Week in Spaceflight with Alicia. And then...
Soya, parle anglais, s'il vous plaît.
No. Oh, sorry. Let me say that in English. No.
Oh, yeah, okay. There, I understood the second one.
Okay. And here's one from Tyler asking if it's similar to how we fuel tanks here in the Air Force, or sorry, they're commenting, then top loading can cause static charges to build up in the fuel. Perhaps it's a similar concern. Thoughts on that?
Ooh.
There's all kinds of stuff that is ringing off in my head that's a big no-no. I just picked one, tank baffling and temperature transients that could get screwed up from sloshing propellants. But yeah, that's probably, that sounds right. That's probably a thing, to be honest. With rocket science and rocket engineering, guys, like I said, we were talking about like it's easy to explain, right? Hard to do. The reason why it's hard to do is because there's 1,000 little tiny, seemingly inconsequential things that you absolutely have to take into account. You wouldn't even think about that, right? It's like, speaking of static electricity, like Mars Insight, the lander that NASA launched in 2018 to Mars. It landed and it was a seismometer and it had a drill and it took samples. It went out because dust built up on the solar panels. And, people are like, everyone was there like, why don't you just put a windshield wiper on the solar panels? It's static electricity that held the dust to the panel. Like something you didn't even think about. It's like, oh yeah, static electricity for the dust on my spaceship on another planet. It's like, oh, there's always a ton of small things like that they don't seem like that's a big deal. Oh, it's absolutely a big deal. Static electricity built up all the dust on InSight solar panels, and it promptly lost power.
Yeah, a minor detail there. It's crazy the little things. It's right. It's crazy the little things that you don't think about. That when you get there, it's like, oh, that really could go wrong. They try and account for as much as they can, and the same thing with Starship. But sometimes things definitely go wrong. And in fact, we asked some of our team members, do you think that SpaceX will have issues with version 3 of Starship? Here are some of their answers.
I think version 3 will go through some headaches like version 2 did, but I'm really hoping with all of the component testing that we've been seeing happening so far, that it goes a little bit, at least, smoother. I mean, as long as they don't blow up another ship at Massey's, it'll be fine, right? Right?
In terms of how well the version 3 variants of Starship and Super Heavy will start, tough to say right now because, of course, both the Starship Upper Stage and the Super Heavy booster and the launch pad are all brand new from the ground up. There's nothing in common that they share with Pad 1 and the version 1 and version 2 variants of Starship.
I think there's going to be some headaches with version 3 in the sense that we're going to see some failures of version 3. My main question, sort of internally, what I'm wondering is whether we're going to have these failures early on, like we saw with version 2, or if they're going to be popping up on.
Either is going to go really, really well, and SpaceX is going to have next to no issues sorting out, making sure that everything is reliable and dependable, or they're going to go through what we saw with the Saturn V and the SLS and go through months and months of scrubbed launch attempts and aborted wet dress rehearsals.
I think that Block 3 will suffer some setbacks or some difficulties, but it won't be the same kinds of difficulties we saw with the last set. I do not think we're going to see 4 straight vehicles fail to come anywhere close to re-entry. I think we're going to see, there's going to be some, obviously some growing pains with the ship catch, but I don't think we'll see the same types of frustrations we saw with Block 2.
For example, Falcon 9, it did not have any failures until Flight 19, and they even changed a version and all. So, are we really going to have a failure? I think we're going to have some headaches. There's probably going to be some things going on there with version 3.
I'm pretty sure version 3 will have some of the same issues that version 2 had during its development. It's all brand new from the bottom up. There's so many new things in this that, of course, they're going to have some issues. Nothing goes clean ever. I don't think it'll be as bad as version 2, but I think version 3 will have its ups and downs.
So I don't think that version 3 will have quite as many explosive headaches as 2. There was definitely a bit of a steeper learning curve with this one, but I do think that there will be some growing pains. But, that's rocket science, right? We're obviously going to get a few surprise learning opportunities. But I think overall it'll go smoother. Block 2 was like the awkward teenage phase. So, we just had to get that out of the way.
I think there'll be some learning curves. There's definitely going to be, it's the unknowns that are the issue. And they will find things out. But I think they've learned so much up to date with the current vehicles that hopefully that list is going to get smaller and smaller as they go, as we've seen with Falcon 9. The more they iterate, the more reliable and flawless the launch goes go.
I can only hope that the introduction of version 3 will be much smoother than the introduction of version 2. SpaceX really has had a chance to fix everything. On the other hand, everything will be new. A new ship, a new booster, and a new pad. So many things can go wrong.
I'm very hopeful that SpaceX got all the Block 2 issues fully resolved. And I really don't expect to see the same headaches in Block 3. It should be significantly smoother.
I would like to see it go smoother, but I can't see the first couple launches going perfectly at a plan. Hopefully we don't have any mass destruction on the pad, or when it breaks up over unpopulated areas. But I think we'll see a couple of failures.
I honestly think it's going to go well. It might take 1 or 2 launches. They might have maybe a minor failure here or there, but with all the data they've gained from all of the Block 2 launches, all of the Block 1 launches, I really do think Block 3 is a winner.
Do I think that we'll have the same hardships that we kind of had with V2, or do I think it will go a little bit smoother when it comes to V3? Fingers crossed that things will go smoother. I think they will. That's what my gut says, and that's what I think, because they've had so much time to learn with V2, and they've learned so much from every single flight, kind of everything that could go wrong. And so I think with V3, we'll see a lot of improvements in those places that we've had some issues so far, re-entry especially.
I'm just wondering whether that's going to be at the beginning of the version 3 flights or later down the line. And I really hope it's towards the beginning, because then, we can get away from all of that and get into really successful flights.
Rumor has it to this day, Alex is still talking about his answer there. But yeah, that was really well done, and thank you to the team for doing all of that. Also, thank you to Carson, who was producing, and during that break, we had a little bit of a switch, and it is now Jay Keegan in control of what you see on the screen at the moment, and what we see appears to be some Cybertrucks rolling out and into the tank farm. Is that kind of what's been going on? Any reason, EJ, why they might be doing that?
It could be a red team like we were talking about, Sawyer. They could be just doing some final checks, securing the area, making sure everything is good. I mean, there's a big concrete wall in the way. It's kind of hard to see what they're doing,
Oh, yeah, that. How dare they put walls up and things?
I know. It's ridiculous.
But this isn't really a crazy worry that, oh my gosh, there's teams out there at the pad, even though there's roadblocks up, right? Because there's still 3 hours, 45 minutes till the opening of the window.
Yeah, we're still sitting a good ways out, guys. I mean, if you look at if you're watching the stream, you look at the clock on the top left, 3 hour 43 minutes. We got some time. We got some time. This is probably not. I mean, saying it could be a red team. It's probably not. They're probably just doing final checkouts, just making sure all the T's are crossed, the I's are dotted, and then they'll get out of Dodge, and hopefully we'll see some action out here today.
No, those are Cybertrucks, not Dodges.
Yeah, and they won't be getting out of them either. That's a good point. They'll be getting in them to leave. Yeah, no. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Semantics. It's fine. Anyway, continuing along. While we talk about V3 there after that little video, Gabriel Ghost, Gabriel GG asking, what are other parts of the V3 ship that are different to V2? So what's the difference between V3 and V2 other than Raptor 3? Max, you want to take that one?
I think the most obvious difference comes in with the super heavy boosters. So, of course, as we already mentioned, both the ship and booster will be utilizing the Raptor 3. But on the super heavy booster, there have been a number of design changes. I think the first and foremost, it is going to be longer. So there is going to be a bit more capacity for methane and LOX in either tank. Second of which, there is a much bigger transfer tube or downcomer, whatever you want to say, that takes the methane down to the Raptor engines. And also, speaking of the engines, unlike what we have seen with the Gen 1, and I guess this is still the Gen 2 super heavy booster, there's going to be no kind of engine shielding of any type. So meaning that all of the pumps and all of the plumbing that we have seen with Raptor 3 are going to be completely exposed to the elements, which is going to be one of the most wild visual spectacles I think has ever been seen in rocketry. It's going to be bonkers, but the engine heat shielding and skirt is gone around the base. There's only going to be 3 grid fins instead of 4, and they are of much different shape and size compared to what is on the current generation of Super Heavy Booster. And they are also a bit farther down from the hot staging ring. And speaking of the hot staging ring, unlike the Gen 1 and Gen 2 boosters, which currently use a disposable hot stage ring, the hot stage ring on the version 3 booster is already built into the design. So it is essentially a truss structure looking design from what we have seen similar to the N1 and the Soyuz rockets of old, and of course current with Soyuz. But very weird looking design, but honestly, it kind of slaps. I'm not gonna lie. And instead of the additional shielding we've seen or have come used to with the current hot staging ring, the dome that we see in between the hot stage ring and of course what will be in between it and the ship itself is just the tank structure. That's not just additional shielding for components underneath. So a myriad of changes. Essentially, it is a clean sheet design on version 3 when it comes to the booster. The ship will be roughly the same size, but of course the internal plumbing is going to be a little bit different. I think the faux ceiling that is currently on the Gen 2 ships is going to be changed, and of course, obviously, the being able to utilize the Raptor 3 engines as a whole. The flap design is going to be the same. I believe the header tanks are going to be the same. Maybe those have changed. And I believe the Pez dispenser is also going to be of a much is going to be a very similar design, maybe optimized for its own purposes. But of course, I think overall V3 is meant to be expanded upon, unlike the version 1 and version 2, which were essentially meant as experimental test vehicles just to get data, and any payloads were just a bonus, as we have seen with the Starlink simulators. So a myriad of changes, like way more than we can possibly cover in this live stream, and of course without the level of detail that we have seen. But it is essentially a brand new vehicle from the On the V3 and V4 booster hot stage rings, I really don't know. I wish I did.
Well, Max, this kind of just popped at the wall. I'm staring off into space. I'm like, wait a minute. Well, we know that Super Heavy on what was it? Flight 9 did that deterministic flip, right? So there's clearly something other than the hot staging vents that are going to get that booster to start moving in the other direction. You could use the engine gimbal to do it on the 3 center engines on Super Heavy. It's totally possible as long as you get a nice clean separation, right?
True.
Yeah, Max, and the other thing to remember is that where you're hot staging, there's not a lot of pressure. Aerodynamics are absolutely a thing, but because the atmospheric fall off, like you go higher, there's less pressure. The aerodynamic perturbations are going to be way less than like tilting the 3 Raptor engines on Super Heavy to get the thing to flip deterministically in the right direction. Because, Max and Sawyer, correct me if I'm wrong, before they were doing the deterministic flip, Super Heavy was just kind of rolling in any direction it wanted to. If I'm understanding that correctly, it was just like, oh, it went down that time. Oh, it went up that time, that's pretty metal. But yeah, this base is like, oh, let's make sure it goes in the right direction every time. Doing the same thing every time is probably a good thing.
Yeah, that was a bit of a startling revelation from SpaceX, in that before they decided to do that with the hot staging ring, that the direction the booster would flip was kind of randomized. Like, that was kind of startling to learn. But also, you could just look at ignition sequence from the Raptors on the ship, whether it be vacuum or sea levels, because of course the vacuum optimized Raptors don't gimbal. So maybe you use those initially to push away, and then maybe you light one of these sea level Raptors first, or 2 of them in a certain direction to try and help push the booster a certain way. There's a number of potential solutions to this, so I'm not quite sure. But as we often say, we'll see what happens.
The only way to know is to fly, but we still have some time for that. Let's see here. Let me thank some people, because we've got some red ones here in the queue that I want to make sure that we hit. Racine, thank you for becoming a red team member. Rocket Dave, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Again, Capcom and above gets access to the NSF Discord. 17, thank you for becoming a Padrat member. Raptor Wrangler with a question here. What would you want the first Leo shipyard to be called? Ooh. Any thoughts?
Ryan Weber would probably find this funny. I was going to say Starbase, but that's kind of, the Starbase 1, that maybe we shouldn't call it that. maybe we should call it Jeff. I don't know. Max, what do you think?
Jeff?
Yeah, it's Jeff.
This is Jeff. Oh, boy. I don't know. I'll have to give that one some thought. I can't think of anything right now.
Space Station McSpace Station face?
I got nothing. I got nothing right now.
Chat saying Star Yard. I like Star Yard. Sawyer, what do you think? I like that. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
I was gonna go with Serenity. It kind of gives that Firefly feel. So.
Okay. All right.
I don't know. For some reason, it made me think of it. So yeah, that would be mine. But it's a good question. Interesting to see what chat thinks would be a good name for it too.
Star Yard. That rolls off like the tongue quite nicely.
Yeah,
Nice.
and it keeps with the star motif: Starship,
Exactly.
Starlink, Starbase, Star Yard.
Yeah, because
10
it's
out
not
of 10.
confusing enough as is with all the star everything.
No, it's great. Not.
Starlink,
Yeah.
Star Shield, Starship, Star Yard, Stargate,
Star Max, Star EJ. Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah. Oh, whoa.
Exactly. We all know I'm the real star here. Anyway.
Wow. Wowee.
No holds barred today. What can I say? And hopefully no holds in the count as we keep going with launch.
Now, why'd you got to say it out loud, man?
Yeah.
I didn't say the bad word.
He did not, and also there was nothing really negative insinuated there. But that was like right on the edge, though, I have to say.
It's bad juju, man.
It is bad juju. You're right, EJ. It is bad juju.
Bad juju, but again, amazing support here from viewers. Gary with a $20 super chat saying, no astronaut is ever going to want to get aboard a Starship whose forward flaps are only 98% whole. If SpaceX determines it will need to replace flaps every flight, how much will this disrupt their plans? I mean, I think the main goal is to not keep having flap issues, and that's something that I know that they've been focusing on with all their testing to hopefully fix for version 3. Am I wrong?
No, I think it's like having to replace aircraft engines after every single flight. That's just not feasible. And if they're having to replace ship flaps after every single flight, obviously the design is not optimized. Therefore, likely not able to receive human certification. So I don't think that will be a thing. If they are having the issue of having to constantly swap out flaps, maybe they can find a way to have that commercially certified, but at least not for humans. If it was to fly humans, it needs to be Denton nuts 100% reliable. If not, if they were to have any issues, there has to be many constituents to be, or I should say, scenarios in which that the probability of making it home alive is still great enough. So, but I think swapping out flaps is certainly a negative on that part.
Well, okay, I got a question. Gary, talk to me, Goose. Why are we thinking that SpaceX would be okay with having bad flaps?
Exactly.
I mean, Raptor 2 wasn't reusable enough for them, so they just redesigned it. Raptor 3, one of the most complicated fluid management and rocket engines ever devised, right? With the way that SpaceX iterates on their design, they're not going to accept that flap gets burned through. That's fine. I'm not trying to denigrate the shuttle program, but this is not the shuttle program, dude. They'll fix it. They'll figure out something that works. That's very clearly. I mean, look at that tin can that's on your screen right now. They'll figure out something. They've quite actually had this thing blow up in their face, and they figured out something. They figured out a way to do it. I don't think SpaceX will take. If physics comes back and they fly a Starship, and physics is like, no, I'm gonna burn through this flap. I hate you. SpaceX will be like, no, we're not taking no for an answer. We'll figure out a way to get around that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, physics schmizzics. It's not important.
Yeah, it's all Greek to me.
I mean, they do use some Greek letterings, I guess, with delta V and that kind. Anyway,
I made a pun and you didn't get it. That's like the one time I'm going to do that.
EJ skill level unlocked? ?
I'm sorry, I was still punned out from the lift stream when I had to do 3 minutes and 45 seconds straight of puns. If you missed that, I don't know if you would want to replay it, but it was there.
No,
Did you really?
I will not.
I wasn't
partake.
aware of this.
Yes, legitimately. There was a goal in chat to have me do puns for 5 straight minutes, and we hit 3/4 of it. So 3/4 of 5 minutes was 3 minutes 45 seconds. And literally, I had a timer running and everything, and just nonstop puns. And yes, Jay Keegan, I did enjoy every second of it. Mark in chat, most painful 3 minutes of my life. I appreciate it. Walter with the €10 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Been following you guys from Hoppy's first flight. I appreciate you calling it Hoppy. This flight will be 1:15 a.m. local, so pre-sleeping, have a good one, and thanks for all the streams. Well, thank you for the support, and thank you for joining us all the way through. It has been a wild ride for those who started with the hops and now moving on to, I guess they're still kind of hops in a way, with now catching boosters again back at the launch site. So, different kind of hop.
A big
Cameron,
hop. A very big hop.
Oh, yeah. Cameron saying, do we think they'll tear the tower down and replace it with the one off Roberts Road once they convert the pad after launch? V3 and V4 will be bigger after all. Max, we've seen them continuing to work on even more tower segments and more towers at Roberts Road in Florida. Do you think they'll replace this one with the new one?
No, I don't. And I think building a Starship tower is a very complicated procedure, and it takes a lot of time. Obviously, it may not take that much time in the grand scheme of things from our perspective to at least build the modules, but to stack them and make sure everything is aligned just right and structurally sound is a whole other topic of conversation. I think the tower itself is going to be fine, but obviously the launch mount is going to have to go. The chopsticks are either going to have to be replaced or modified, and the ship QD may have to come down as well, or at least be modified where it is. Yes, Starship V4 is going to be longer, and of course, obviously V3 will as well. But you also have to consider that those vehicles with this new launch mount are going to be sitting lower down to the ground. So you can do a lot more with this current size of tower. If Starship does expand beyond V4, or maybe even for V4 in future towers, they may have to raise the height a little bit. But I think they are doing just fine with where it is, so long as they are able to mount or lower the height that the booster and ship are currently able to sit at. But the current tower that we are seeing over at Roberts Road is going to, we suspect at least, is going to be the first over at Space Launch Complex 37 for the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station.
I think so too. And again, we have our Space Coast flyovers that we've been doing where you can keep an eye on all of the progress made, including one from a few weeks ago that is on the channel if you want to check that out to see Florida Starship progress. Mr. Gamer IO saying Wyoming Coast cheesecake is the best. If you know, you know.
I agree wholeheartedly.
It's the best. Everyone knows it.
Also asking how many Falcon launches from the West Coast do you think we'll get in 2026 was the question.
Ooh. Many. The answer is many.
EJ?
I don't know. I like the East Coast. I don't talk about that. That's not my department.
That is fair. I mean, East Coast, West Coast, so I'm with
you.
Yeah,
of course.
I mean, Vandenberg already has a pretty impressive launch cadence. It's like, I think, on average every 4 to 5 days, if that sounds right. So they already have a pretty good cadence, but I'm not sure. I can't really put a number on it right now.
And that's with a singular pad with the older style transporter erector.
Yes.
Well, okay, all right. Jokes aside, we know that SpaceX is going to be working on Slick 6. They did get the lease to Slick 6, and we've seen some, albeit tentative, plans of retooling Space Launch Complex 6 at Vandenberg to a Falcon or Falcon Heavy pad. So I would say that, I'm not going to be able to put an exact number on that, but, with they're building another pad out there for a reason. I mean, we know the reason. It's for defense missions, so you can get Falcon Heavy from the West Coast for whatever the Space Force or the National Reconnaissance Office needs for that, right? So I would say it's pretty reasonable to think that if they're going to retool another pad out there for Falcon, that obviously we're going to see more, right? We're going to see more than what we have right now, and right now it's a lot.
Yeah. A lot. There you go. There's your number. A lot. Let's see here. Alexander, poor Alex. Some say he's still there recording. I wouldn't put it past him.
We James made him.
Yes,
it was worth
James
it.
Made.
It was worth it.
Those were some of the best moments, though. Long live James May.
Yes. Jeez.
Is it bad though? Like if during those episodes of Top Gear when he was actually giving some technical explanation that I was listening to it and then they faded out and I'm like, no, man, I wanted to listen to that.
Oh no. Anyway.
Touche.
I'm sure some of the 28 minutes of Alex's answer is there somewhere. Oron Quake, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Crafty Geek with the $5 tip saying, is that Rocket Ranch camera a semi-permanent NSF deployment or is it only on launch days? I know you have long-term cameras at businesses and other launch regions. For example, what's that one we could see Falcon 9 barges return to in Florida, but curious how common that is for NSF's coverage. So the Florida one is Rusty's, which is a restaurant at Port Canaveral. A great place to grab a bite to eat, too, as you watch it happen. And so shout out to them. But Max, the Rocket Ranch camera, they're kind enough to let us keep that out there.
They are, and they are also incredibly gracious to be able to host me today, and this wicked camera setup that I may tease a picture of later on the launch stream, but it is quite a doozy. But they have been very gracious in hosting us in previous launches, and of course today as well. We cannot thank them enough, and we can also not recommend them enough, because honestly, their view here, or the view here from the outpost, is literally a front row seat and as close to the pad and to watch as anyone from the general public can get. Good Lord, I cannot talk today. Jeez Louise. But we are so close here. It seems kind of far away at first, but then you really, if you've seen one before, you know how intense it can be watching this close. Now imagine those poor SpaceX employees watching over near the Star Factory, but this really is a front row seat here, and we cannot thank them enough. But the camera here should be staying here so long as it doesn't have any issues.
Yes, and of course, I believe there's a command in chat as well for it if it hasn't already been spammed. They're awesome out there at the Rocket Ranch. So again, thank you to them for letting us have that camera there. And then Danny McPhee becoming a Pad Rat member, Sergio becoming a Red Team member, John becoming a Pad Rat member, Screen Name saying, nice video, it's great to see the mods featured. Also, thank you, Alex, for your educational speech. We totally heard every word. Let's see here. This was an interesting one. EJ Granger is wondering, what would be the steps to get Starship cleared for re-entry over U.S. soil for possible return to launch site situations?
Well, guys, it's not just about you know, oh, we think the ship's safe enough. We think the ship's safe. The flight data. Flight data is your primary of safety. That's
refueled and refilled along the way. There were always tankers loitering around, refueling the Vulcan so it could deliver its payload. That's what I think they're going to go with Starship. I don't think we're going to see some type of like crazy big depot space station. I think
we're going to see something much more analogous to like a KC-135 or KC-10 or a KC-46. Let's say KC-135, and we'll go from there. If you know, you know. So I don't think we're going to see a station like that. I think the high launch cadence, we're always going to see something loitering up there.
Yeah, I think that's a good observation. Dodger, thank you for the super chat. Thomas Smith becoming a PadRat member. Nibbles coming up to just 8,000 seconds to the launch window. Dale Morton, what do you think of ASTS competitor? I'm not entirely sure. Rebel Dorman saying, saw Falcon 9 launch this summer from Cocoa Beach, Florida. Been hooked ever since. Can't wait for Starship to launch from the Cape. You and me both. LGP Michael, why has nobody thought of Space Coast, Ace Coast? Because East Coast, Best Coast anyway? It doesn't need anything more special than that, right? And then Minecraft Insanity, what collaboration would you want to work with SpaceX? Cameras. Let us place cameras everywhere on all the rockets, on all of the places. Please, more cameras that we can place. I mean, they do a great job of allowing us to have cameras in a lot of different spots anyway. So appreciation for that. And speaking of collaborations, we have some amazing guests that we will be collaborating with once we begin our launch stream, which is just about to start. You don't have to go anywhere. We will redirect you to it automatically, so you don't even have to go anywhere. But that's where we're going to join the team with all the cameras and everything. That's where we're going to have some of our amazing guests, including Eric Berger, Christian Davenport, Ashley Vance, and then during the flight portion, Scott Manley. But thank you, EJ, for joining everything here on the Stakeout.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for having me. It was fun. Why'd you say Scott Manley like that?
Hello. I don't know why.
I don't know, man. It may be that you're so excited about Scott Manley coming on the stream that you'll be able to do a good imitation someday.
Hey, you saying that wasn't good?
No, it's fine. You're good. You're good. No, seriously, thank you for having me. I appreciate it, guys. I stream over on Twitch. Do that from time to time. If you want to follow me, listen to my crazy space rants, I'm over there. But yeah, Sawyer, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Max, thank you for joining on the Stakeout stream. I know we'll be hearing you again on the launch stream as well, because you are out there at Starbase.
Indeed, y'all. It has been an absolute pleasure covering the Stakeout stream with y'all. But of course, obviously, our launch coverage is about to begin, which is, of course, where the real fun actually begins. So thank you very much to everyone who has followed along to this point, and we will see you again in just a few minutes.
Absolutely. We Ryan on, we had Gene on, we've had a whole bunch of the team on earlier. I know I'm missing people.
Alex.
Yep, we had Alex, of course, Chris, and yeah, we've had Ryan, Carson, and Jay all helping out with the producing. I think it's time for us to head on over to the launch.
and here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up.
Flight downside SPE off. Bring in SPE off. It's orange!
R45! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage. Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
It's meant to be exciting and clear, correct? Ship 36 just blew up.
Yikes.
and here we go.
We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, roll, Atlantic.
Water towers, fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal. Flight Gamma FD off. Say again, FD off. It's orange!
R45! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage. Look at that. Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
This is meant to be exciting and clear, correct? Ship 36 just blew up.
Yikes. You good? Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Hello and welcome live from the Margaritaville Beach Resort, South Padre Island. We are NSF. This is our Starship Flight 11 launch coverage. I'm Jack Beyer. I'll be your host for portions of today's coverage, and I am in fact here at the Margaritaville Beach Resort, South Padre Island, and I have my camera set up on the roof as well. You can see, though, we have no shortage of cameras for today's launch. In fact, the field team and myself included in that have been working overtime to get as many cameras and as many good views as we can for all of you out there in viewer land that we possibly can. In fact, here are some other views that we have from the Rocket Ranch Outpost, the very closest viewing location the public can get. They're very good friends of ours, so thank you to them for hosting us and Max and some of our cameras. We'll, I think, be going to Max from the Outpost in a little bit, but until then, we're going to keep showing you some of the glorious views that we have. This one is here at a lot we call the Danger Lot. If you remember the minivan that got destroyed by concrete way back 10 flights ago, that's where that was. That's where these views are from. We are not messing around here at NSF, and we are excited to bring all of you out there the very best views. In fact, for this launch, we have none other than DYs out in the Florida Keys. This is a camera live from the Florida Keys. So we will have views downrange as well. We are not messing around, as I said. Speaking of the range, here's a range helicopter. But yeah, I want to thank the other hosts that we have on. I want to get the show started, and I just want to thank all of you for being excited about the future of spaceflight. This is the beginning of the end. Sorry, this is the end of the beginning for the Starship program. We're finally seeing it reach maturity, hopefully, and no matter how this launch goes, it's going to be a new pad in Starbase, it's going to be new pads in Florida, it's going to be a new version of the vehicle. So let's close out this era of the Starship program with aplomb. I was going to say with a bang, but no, we don't want that. But also, let's go through who's joining me. We have our ever-competent cohort of co-hosts, starting off with none other than Alex. Alex, how are you doing? Good buddy.
I'm doing fantastic, Jack. I mean, we are less than 3 hours away from liftoff. I'm really super excited about this launch. I know some people might say, oh, it's the same, it's just the same profile. I'm still excited. It's a Starship launch. How can you not be excited about a Starship launch, right? It's like, it's
Right.
the world's most powerful rocket.
Right, and I mean, having seen Ship 38 roll out and having seen the gaps in the heat shield, like, is this really going to be the same? Do we really think it's going to make it all the way to the water? I actually have some questions, but we'll get into that. Speaking of questions, if you have any questions, you can at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF in chat ask your questions. We'll answer them. Speaking of answering them, Ryan, we also have around to answer and provide his lovely insight. Ryan, how are you doing, good buddy?
It's a wonderful time. I almost can't believe it's a Starship launch once again. It feels like the other one. The other one was almost 2 months ago. Feels like it was just yesterday. But yeah, it's kind of crazy the time compression that happens in Starbase. But it's great to be back. It's great to be watching another Starship launch. And fingers crossed we get a liftoff in 2 hours, 46 minutes time.
Oh my gosh, it is so frickin' soon. That is that's exciting. I'm glad that everything this morning has gone as smoothly as it has for us here at NSF. The whole team, again, I said, firing on all cylinders. I cannot sing their praises enough. It's been such an honor to see everybody working their butts off getting all of the cameras ready to be deployed and ready to go. But oh man, where do we? It's hard to think where we should even start, but honestly, I think where we should start is we should talk about our special guests and panel that is coming up here shortly. We are going to have none other than Eric Berger on to discuss the state of affairs. We're also going to have, let's see who Kevin's going to show next, Christian Davenport to discuss his new book, Rocket Dreams, which I have been voraciously devouring in the last couple of days. It's so good. And of course, to round things out, we'll have Ashley Vance on as well. So we have the three book guys, to say it in a really flippant manner. We have three very smart people who have been embedded, and we're going to talk to them on a panel. And then in a little bit, we're going to have Scott Manley on as well, who's also very smart. And we're just going to be bringing you non-stop hits with the guests and with the very best commentary that we can get you, in addition to the very best views that we can get you. So that's the state of play. Welcome to the feed. If this is your first time here, I know it's a YouTube cliche, but hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you want to see more Rockets, you came to the right place, because we are an extremely dedicated group of extremely nerdy individuals, and you know what that means. We're good at cameras. So you came to the right place. Oh man. All right, so I guess I'll throw it first to Alex and say, Alex, what is the state of play right now? I know the road is closed. I know they have moved the ring walls out of the launch site, which is a normal sort of last step. Is the tank farm spooling up? For our viewers out there that might not be familiar with the intricacies of the lead up to these things in the same way that some of our tank watchers might be, where are we at and what is the state of play?
Yeah, so right now we are just counting down 2 hours, 43 minutes ahead for the opening of the window. It's a window, so maybe they target the beginning, maybe they target a little bit in the middle, maybe they target all the way till the end, right? So we'll be counting down here on the final few hours of this launch countdown, so we'll see what they do. But if they are on track, hopefully in just a few minutes we should start to see the major vents that appear when they start the chill down of of what it is, the entirety of the tank farm, right? So you got the ground tanks with all of the liquid oxygen, liquid methane and everything, and they need to prepare all of that for the start of propellant load. So well before that propellant load starts, that tank farm needs to get ready for that. It's sort of like, I don't know, putting the key in the car, although now it's a button or something on most cars anyways. But you know what I mean, right? Like even before starting the engine, you gotta prepare, you gotta do the thing, right? And so that's sort of the part here where we're gonna see vents coming up. Yeah, I'm just trying to do a comparison, and I'm failing.
They're turning the tank farm on, basically. They're
Exactly.
turning the tank farm from off to on. And that is an important step, obviously, because they need the tank farm to fuel the rocket.
Bingo. Yep, you're correct. So we're gonna see a lot of these vents coming up on the tank farm and whatnot. Especially there's one that we call the Pope vent, because it sort of looks like the white smoke thing that they put at the Sistine Chapel when they elect a new Pope. So it looks like that, and we call it the Pope vent. But yeah, that one is one of the biggest ones. There's another one, more importantly as well, sort of where they have this bunker with different control systems and whatnot. And there's like one particular event that comes out when they start that tank farm, right? And so it's a very long process. It's going to take a couple of hours until they actually complete the fueling of Starship. So that's why they do it now, because they got to do it ahead of time, so they're able to be ready for launch.
That makes sense. Awesome. Well, we'll keep our eyes open for that. We have 2 hours and change to go. It still blows my mind, Alex, how rapidly they're able to fuel this vehicle, and this is just the first version of the ground support equipment and launch pad. I mean, version 2 we see being built right next door at Starbase is going to be able to fuel, we expect, the rocket even faster. It's just kind of wild to think about.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we're sort of celebrating here, I mean, celebrating, I guess, is not the correct word, But it's like, this is the last launch from Pad 1 in its current configuration, right? And we repeat this, I don't know how many times, and I don't know how many more times we're going to say it across today's live stream, but it is truly the end of the beginning, right? Like passing to a new chapter on your book or something like that, right? Like, and it's bittersweet, but also we're going to move on to really greater stuff. And that's one of the things that we really are going to be seeing. Hopefully after this launch over the coming months, we're going to see lots of testing, lots of vehicles going left, right, and center, and hopefully a launch of version 3 soon. But yeah, it's going to be bittersweet. Most of the things that we're seeing here of like, oh, the Pope vent, the OLM vent, and all that, most of those will probably go away once we go to the second pad operations. There's going to be other indicators, though, that we might use.
Right.
But yeah.
It is kind of interesting to think we only know, this is the Pope vent, this is the tank farm spooling up. We only know all of these timings and things because we watch every single test and every single launch, and we figure it out. But when they change things, or when it's a new pad, things like that, we have to learn all over again. So there will be a period of that, the first launch from Pad 2 or the first booster static fire from Pad 2, we're all going to be scratching our heads a little bit, like, okay, what exactly does this look like? Like you said, Alex, it's bittersweet, but it truly is the end of the beginning, and that's a good thing. I think a lot of us wanted to, maybe even expected to be done with the beginning part of this program by now. Like, if Ship 36 hadn't blown up, if version 2 hadn't gone through the hiccups that they had gone through, I think we would be a lot further along, and the beginning would already be in our rearview mirror. But as it is, we're just now getting to the point where the beginning is ending, and I hope people aren't rolling their eyes when we talk about that. But it really is, in so many ways. You can just see it happening. You can see the infrastructure at Starbase changing. You can see the way that SpaceX handles operations changing. You can see Starbase becoming an actual legit bona fide city. It's pretty cool. And I for one will miss the early days, but I'm excited for what this program is destined to become. I think we're all eagerly waiting for it. All right, I think I just heard the voice of Max. Max, do we have you live?
I believe you do, Jack. How you doing?
Doing fantastic, Max. Max, you are at the Rocket Ranch Outpost, is that correct?
Indeed, I am. So the Rocket Ranch Outpost is stationed about 3.5 miles west of the launch pad, and is in essence a front row seat for the public for any Starship launch viewing activities. And so that is where I am stationed right now. Have a great view over to the pad. The sun is behaving itself, or the weather is behaving itself nonetheless. And we have a great view over towards Pad 1 right now. So it is a front row seat indeed.
That is the view right there. That is just absolutely gorgeous. What a gorgeous day. It's bittersweet to see Pad 1 in its current configuration go away after this launch, but you couldn't ask for a more beautiful day for a send-off, right, Max?
You really couldn't, and especially with the current T0 of the window opening being so close to the sunset, it really is going to be a rather scenic display, especially for us here. And of course, Pad 1 is all we've known. We really don't know how the exhaust plume is going to behave out of the trench over at Pad 2. We don't know exactly what that vehicle is going to look like once it leaves the ground. Like, really, Pad 1 is all we know, whether it be the Block 1 vehicles or the version 1 vehicles, and of course now with the version 2 vehicles. So we're going into a bit of an unknown period, and especially with having to transition from Pad 1 to Pad 2. But we have a great view of it over here, I should say.
Fantastic. What's the crowds like, Max? Are people starting to show up in droves?
No crowds showing up yet. I believe busloads will begin to arrive with people in about an hour or so. I can't imagine you would want to leave a bunch of people out in the open sun for a long period of time, because there isn't a ton of shade over at the outpost, unfortunately. But the same can be said for really anywhere over here in South Texas, especially over here near river, and of course Outpost itself as well. So
It turns out not a lot of trees. They do have like some shade netting and stuff like that. And but yeah, I'm excited for you, Max, because being at the Outpost is a unique experience in that you are truly among the super fans. Like I know not just you, like a lot of our friends are going to be there alongside of you. So just everyone. Everyone that that I know, just give them a big hug for me. I know I'll see them probably after launch, but sometimes people have places to be, and the only time you really get to hang out and chill is sort of the moments, those precious moments before launch. So please have a good time, Max, in addition to cooking and making amazing imagery.
Jack, I will certainly try, and having the view that we get over here is certainly a helping hand in that. So fingers crossed all goes well, and that they can get off the ground at 6:15.
Yeah, good deal. I think I'm feeling good. Like we got our remotes down this morning. You feeling good about your remotes? I know that's always, for those of us that place them, a big source of consternation. You have to place the camera in a designated area and take into all the variables into account for that, and they have to figure out a way to trigger the camera when obviously you're not there, because if a person was there, they would screw up the launch or die because the rocket would kill them. So,
which we have seen before.
I mean, the poor Antares frog is a legend in the space circles. But point being, it's a challenge. How are you feeling about your remotes, Max?
I don't want to jinx anything or put any bad juju out there by being overconfident. But you know what? Honestly, Jack, I feel pretty good. This being the last flight from Pad 1, I put cameras in areas where I have not had much success before in recent launches. But the wind is going to be blowing pretty much straight east. At least that's what the forecast is calling, at about 10 to 15 miles an hour or so, which may open up a window of viewing for some things that we have not seen before, potentially from the danger dune perspective, as we call it. And that's the camera closest to the rocket at the moment in the dunes, I believe. I think it's closer than Hopperlot, I think. I could be wrong. But either way, yeah, just slightly. But either way, we have seen that camera take some beatings before and been knocked over more than once by the fury of all 33 engines running in sync at once at liftoff. So trying some new things, hoping they work out. I have the ones I have in the bank that I know should work, so I shouldn't be empty-handed. But no risk, no reward, right, Jack?
I mean, isn't that the name of the game? Isn't that just the name of the Starship program itself? you have to risk it a little bit sometimes in order to make leaps forward. And yeah, that's funny, Max. I don't think we even talked about it, but I also set some kind of wild card cameras. We'll see how they turn out.
I've heard you say before, Jack, you had to cast big nets to catch big fish.
Have I really said that? I don't think I've said that.
You have no. That was Flight 2. I remember that very specifically.
I'll take your word for it. I am known to say things. I am a quite loud person. But Max, I hope you have just an excellent launch. I'm so excited for everybody that's out here at South Padre Island or on Brownsville proper, or on the beaches. It's going to be a beautiful launch. Like, it just felt that way this morning. We're in that weird time period between seasons where we all actually get a brief respite from the horrible weather, either wet or hot.
Yeah.
So, like I said, what better way to send off this pad? Max, I think that's going to be it for you and I. Anything else you want to throw out there to the viewers?
I should be checking in a couple more times before liftoff at a couple of points, so I will talk to you guys then. But in the meantime, I know we have a pretty good list of guests on our stream today, which I hope the viewers enjoy. It is quite special. But for now, yes.
We do indeed. Cool. Well, that is coming up here shortly. We're going to have a quick playback talking with the crew about their excitement around today's launch, and then we are going to come back for a panel with Christian Davenport, Eric Berger, and Ashley Vance. I mean, wow, this is I'm ready. Are you ready? Let's go.
I'm so excited for today's launch. I've been saying this over and over again, so I hope it's not boring, but this is the end of the beginning for the Starship program. As Pad 2 and version 3 of Starship come online, and as pads in Florida come online, things are going to start moving very fast. And these doldrums from version 2 that we've been suffering through for the last year are going to go away.
I know this is something that we've seen 10 times already now with Starship and Super Heavy, but it is the largest and the most powerful launch vehicle flying in the world. So it's tough to say that really seeing that gets old, in which honestly it doesn't.
Am I excited for today's launch? Well, if I wasn't excited, I wouldn't be here.
I actually can't put it into words. I will be in Texas right about now, watching it in person. So I'm sure I'll be over the moon. I'm already over the moon, and we're a few days out.
I'm very excited for Flight 11. It's the last of the Block 2s. I've been here since, I've been coming here since the beginning of this program, seeing Pad 1 built, seeing, everything going on, and knowing that all that's ending. It's kind of sad, but it's also exciting that we're moving forward, and this is the next step.
So I've been very, very fortunate to be able to see all of them up close and personal here at the NSF site. Always exciting for any flight. It's just an amazing place down here. If you ever get a chance to make the journey down to Starbase, I highly recommend it. You will not be sorry.
Yes, it's the final launch of Block 2, the final launch of this generation of Pad 1. It's an era in spaceflight that we'll always look back to. In a couple of years from now, we'll look back at this video and I could say that we were here.
We are moving towards a brand new design of launch mount and brand new design of vehicles. So I feel like we're exiting the very rough edge era of Starship, which is kind of sad, but every program goes through it. Falcon went through it, and I guess it's Starship's turn.
Today's launch will be bittersweet. We'll say goodbye to the part of the very first flight, of the very first catch, and of so many historic moments in the Starship program. On the other hand, they've got a much better part lined up to support a much better rocket. But let's be honest here. We're going to see a Starship fly today, and that is so exciting.
I'm pumped for Flight 11. Flight 10 showed us that yes, they can actually achieve it all the way through splashdown, even with some nail biting. So today I fully expect a much improved redo of all of that, even pushing it a bit further. And honestly, anytime that we blast a skyscraper into the sky, it's a lot of fun. So I've got my popcorn ready to go.
I am absolutely stoked to see Flight 11 because it's going to be the very first flight that I get to watch with my very own Mark 1 eyeballs.
I really want it to go well and see the last launch from Pad 1 in this configuration, and being able to see all of those different weird landing experiments that they're doing with the booster, 5-engine landing burn, all that, with the ship, the dynamic banking. I'm really looking forward to that. Even though a lot of people are saying, oh, it's more of the same, there's still a lot of interesting things that are going to happen from there. And it's a Starship launch. Who's not excited about that? It's the world's most powerful rocket. Heck yeah.
Guys, I'm so excited for today's launch. How could you not be? Seriously. Let's go.
So be excited, because I sure as heck am, and everybody here at NSF is firing on all cylinders, and we're excited to bring y'all the next step in getting humans multiplanetary.
No matter how many cameras you point at it, no matter how many photos or videos you end up taking, it doesn't get old. And I've seen over 300 launches at this point, and Starship is still in a league of its own. So it's always exciting.
All right, we're back at the pad, and in the flow here. So with that, we are going to ratchet up the level of excitement and the level of commentary here.
Including, I have to actually rush downtown in Washington, D.C. to CBS to help them cover the Starship launch. I'll be contributing for them.
Uh-oh, we lost our host.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you back, I think.
All right, sorry, I guess I had a little bit of an internet hiccup there. All right, I heard Washington Post, so I don't think I got it too super wrong. But your new book, Rocket Dreams, is fantastic. I have been devouring it voraciously for the duration of the weekend, and I got to say, it's especially surreal to read, listen, I mean, audiobooks, to listen to the book while trudging around Starbase. It's quite, I don't really know how to describe it other than to say it's surreal, but thank you for writing it, because it's an interesting listen while you're here.
Oh, well, thanks for saying that. That means a lot to me. I'm such a huge fan of everything that all you guys do. You're a huge resource to all of the people trying to cover it. And, of course, SpaceX is helpful with going on, half hour beforehand with the launch, but you guys are doing it all day. And and for journalists, it's great when you can get down there to be at Starbase, which is an amazing place. And if you haven't been, I highly suggest going down there. But if you're not able to be there, I tune into you guys. So thank you to everything that all you do. Seriously, it's a public service.
It really means a lot. It really does mean a lot. We put our heart and soul into it, and we're just trying to carry forward that shuttle heritage. Back in the day, even back into Apollo and those early missions, just having that round-the-clock, full coverage that it deserves. Because, hey, this thing's going to space. All right, let's keep rolling through the panel here. I don't want to bog anybody down with my stupid thoughts, but Eric, you're used to my stupid thoughts. Eric Berger, also another spaceflight reporter, and with Ars, right, Eric? Is that your the right outlet?
Yep.
And also has written 2 excellent books about the state of affairs. Eric, maybe tell our viewers who might not know who you are a little bit about you.
I'm just a longtime space journalist. I've been writing about it for a couple of decades now. I've written a couple of books about the past of SpaceX, and just really trying to immerse myself in all the things that are happening now, because there's so much happening, and trying to stay on top of it.
It's so hard to stay on top of it, but luckily the internet exists. I don't know what any of us would do without it. Speaking of, Ashley Vance, also an author. Ashley, you're with Core Memory now, right?
I am. I launched my own media company. Especially since you guys are on YouTube, we got our YouTube channel. We got to make a lot of videos going all around the world, seeing technology. We got a podcast channel on YouTube, and then a Substack. And so I'm still covering space, but kind of covering just about everything. That
every now and then YouTube will serve me one of your guys' videos. I think there was Fusion one lately. Either way, I'll see one of your videos pop across my feed, and I'm like, ooh. So quality stuff. Make sure you check out Core Memory. But you've also written 2 books. When the Heavens Went on Sale, and sorry, what was the first one? It was the Musk one, right?
It's this Elon Musk guy. You might have heard of him. I wrote a biography on Elon.
Right. All right. So I think that gives our viewers who might not be the ultimate space nerds out there a sort of setting the table. This is who you're listening to, and this is who you're talking to. It's not just weird guy with beard and camera. It's some actual incredibly knowledgeable reporters and authors. So let's jump right into it. Christian, how do you think Elon's vision for space contrasts with Jeff's? And do you like one or the other better? I know Elon's like, let's go to Mars, humanity multiplanetary, whereas Jeff is more like, Earth should be preserved, O'Neill cylinders. Is there a better one? Do you think they're both good?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. So Musk is like the von Braunian, right? He wants to build the big rockets, go to Mars, and Jeff is an O'Neillian, as you said, which is a physics professor named Gerard O'Neill, who had this concept to build these huge space stations. When you say huge space stations, they're like the size of cities, and have people live on those forever. And the thing, Elon gets a lot of attention. Obviously, SpaceX is the force in the commercial space industry, and really, the entire international space enterprise. But I don't feel like people sort of understand Jeff, as well, because Blue Origin hasn't done any, nearly the same. Well, they haven't had the same progress, but he's also much more like conservative and quiet. But I really do believe that space is such a huge passion of his, and this concept of like living in these O'Neill cylinders and like taking all the heavy industry off of Earth and going to space for like all of humanity's energy needs. Like he gave a speech when he was his high school valedictorian, and it was the same speech. That's what he was talking about when he was 17 or 18 years old. So it's not like, I think people look at Jeff and they're like, oh yeah, Blue Origin, I've sort of heard of them, but he's incredibly passionate about it. He just hasn't had anywhere near the success. As to, which one is better, I don't know. It'd be amazing, of course, to be able to go to Mars and, to have a city on Mars and to have that dream finally realized. I do think it'd be kind of cool though to live in one of those space stations and be able to return to Earth, like for the weekend, right? Like you live on
like have it be less of an arduous thing to get back to Earth rather than like a multi-month journey, right?
right, and the radiation exposure and just all of that. I mean, I think, Mars would be amazing. You'd have to be really, really adventurous.
Hi.
There you go.
Oh, someday maybe. I just have to live long enough, right?
Yeah. Well, what does Elon say? I want to die on Mars, just not on impact.
Yeah, that would be nice. One way or the other. Eric, do you have any thoughts on the Bezosian or Muskian visions that have been proposed? And if there's another one that I'm forgetting, like if Peter Beck has a grand vision that I'm forgetting, I'm sorry, Peter Beck. But this goes to any space CEO.
So I think, I think on the first principles, they're both aligned. Like they both see before you can do anything, you have to, Elon or Jeff says, build a highway to space. Musk says, rapid reusable launch. I mean, they're both thinking the same thing. Like the only way to unlock the future in space, whether it's on the moon or annealing cylinders on Mars, is through, rapidly reusable launch vehicles. And so they both put a lot of effort into launching and landing rockets. People forget that Bezos was actually the first to land a booster with New Shepard, and then SpaceX followed a few months later, back in 2015. But once you get past that, they diverge pretty quickly, and you can really think of it pretty generally. Like Elon sees no value in the moon, and Jeff sees an enormous value in the moon. And so it's really going to come down to who executes, because Elon is participating in NASA's Artemis program. I would not say he's fully committed to Artemis. He's much more interested in Mars. Whereas Bezos, I think we're going to see him even commit more fully to Artemis in the coming months. And it's going to be kind of interesting to see how that goes. But basically, Elon is a Mars guy and Jeff is a moon guy. And we'll see what happens in terms of who can execute on their vision over the next 10 or 20 years.
Always kind of boggled my mind that, I am not a rocket scientist, so I don't know the delta V calculations and everything, but like the moon's right there. Seems like a nice orbital refilling stop for Starship, no? But, I'm not a rocket scientist. Ashley, thoughts on vision, maybe Bezosian versus Musk, or you can take that wherever you want, but that's where I wanted to start this off in my little note stock here.
Yeah, I think, well, it's awesome to be on the podcast with all you guys and
Heck yeah,
some
dude.
of my favorite writers right here. And I obviously I agree with what the guys were saying. I think he's always benefited right from setting these super, super lofty goals with all of his companies. That's what creates kind of the religion around them and gets all these people to come work there. And so, Mars has been, from the second I started reporting on SpaceX, people used to think it was completely nuts that he would even talk about this. And I guess as the years go by, it starts to feel a bit more and more realistic, but it's still a very lofty, audacious goal. I think Jeff, when he describes the stuff, he's just more practical. And in some ways, I think it's maybe it's like less sexy to talk about building industry in low Earth orbit and moving stuff that spews a lot of pollution on Earth into space. But to me, that is probably going to be the real story of like the next 10, 20 years. I just feel like we're heading in that direction. I think it's been harder to take Jeff as seriously as Elon for the last 20 years because Blue Origin has struggled in a lot of ways to keep pace with SpaceX, but that's kind of like starting to change. And I feel like we're entering like the second inning of all this, and SpaceX has this massive head start, but a lot of very interesting things are gonna kick off, and then just lastly, I think we're kind of lucky in some ways that Jeff and Elon have kind of alternated as richest people in the world off and on for the last whatever it is 6-7 years, and they just happen to both be really interested in space. The richest people in the world could be interested in anything. And they're both private companies. It would be very hard to do what either of them are doing as like a public enterprise. And so you just happen to have these two weirdos who are into this stuff and are willing to spend all this money, and it's fun to watch.
It is. It really is. I couldn't have said it better. All right. Well, let's keep rolling on, Christian. And this is going to go to everybody as well, but we'll start with Christian. In your book, Rocket Dreams, which just came out and is fantastic, you talk about a party that you went to that was off the record, that Bezos threw, that you could talk about because Lori Garver mentioned it in her memoir, which you didn't talk about it. You just said what she said. Anyway, all that is to say, what is, like, I understand a small degree of what it's like to be around these sorts of people or be around the companies, but like, you three all get ridiculously good access. You're embedded in these intimate moments. You're talking with the CEOs of these companies. What is that like? I mean, and how, like, not necessarily how do you do it, but how do you manage that? Like, is it challenging to stay objective?
Well, it's a great question. Obviously, Jeff owns the Washington Post. That makes, life a little tricky, but, we treat him, without fear or favor the way we would treat anyone else. I actually think Elon likes the fact that I would write, critically about Blue Origin and Jeff and hold them to account. And for a while there, particularly during the HLS lawsuit, Elon was using my Twitter feed to sort of jab at Jeff now and then. And like I say, I tried to use it, to be honest, to get better access to Jeff, and have only been, limited success with that. I did interview him for this book. I interviewed him for the last book. But, the thing is, he's really smart, and he really understands space, and he's really passionate about space. He loves talking about space. It's a lot of fun actually talking space with him. Eric Berger and I, was it like 2016, went down to Blue Origin for the first time with a small group of space reporters and toured around the factory in Kent, Washington, south of Seattle, with Jeff and at the time Rob Myerson and some others. And what was so amazing was on this tour of the factory, there was sort of a subject matter expert, like for avionics or propulsion or, the welding techniques they were using, materials experts. And they would have that subject matter expert sort of talk about whatever it was their subject was. And then Jeff would kind of go in and translate because he speaks that language and he really understood it. And I just don't understand. And then Jeff would try to go in and, because he speaks that language, I just don't understand.
Так, ё-моё, алло, что происходит? О, нормально, сейчас только. Так, а ну, алло, ё-моё. Сейчас вроде должно быть. Так, а ну, алло, ё-моё. Во, все, да, есть. Я напоминаю, то, что мы продолжаем прямую трансляцию 11-го интегрированного испытательного орбитального полета Starship. Вот. И основная часть прямой трансляции начнется через 40 минут у нас, за примерно 1,5 часа. Это запуск, который запланирован на 23:15 по UTC. Как видите, да, я починил КСП. Только у меня нету нормального крафта тут, а поэтому мы сейчас будем как раз таки строить этот звездолетик для этого полета. Вот. Поэтому да. Вот мы берем блок 2. Понятное дело, то, что без нонскон. Пес. Так. Что мы делаем? Так, излучение света отключить. Ну, хотя пусть будет. Но там он такой ближе к желтому был. Слушай, так брать. Ну, все равно что-то желтый не получается. Ладно, пофиг. Catch-pins. А, кстати, что у нас тут по catch-pins? Я даже не знаю. Да, взглянуть на его носик. Catch-pins. Ясно, нон-структуру. Ну, короче, вот такие вот структурные. Абрятор. Ну, тут больше похоже сейчас. Нормальные фотки взять еще. Тут с бочиной-то и нет фоток. Не, они-то есть, скорее всего. Абрятор. Да нет, тут есть эта хрень. Да, вот так все-таки. Дальше. Ну, понятное дело, что новый. Вот это. Инстаряд, это управление. Ну, тут все нормально, коммуникация ясно. Так, тут все как обычно. 5-метровый, да. А во. Такая вот что-то мигание тут не работает. Но у вас свет есть. Все пойдет. Open Steering Door Retract. Так, Open. Как нам это? Base Dispenser. Как тебя ставить? Я ж его не использовал-то ни разу. Ё-моё. Как он вообще там должен быть расположен? Наверное, как-то так. МБ. Типа. Знаю. Ну, точно не так. Или вообще... Сейчас. Да ё-моё. Ну... Снести этот обтекатель, взять... Ага, мы не... Вот именно, мы не можем взять Base Dispenser как... Первую ёптовую часть. Ладно, пусть пофиг, будет белый свет, open. Что мы там делали? Вот это. Тогда. Да. Боже. Base Dispenser. Сволочь ты. Ну, во-первых, понятное дело же, да, нам его нужно развернуть вот так. Должен этой же стороной быть. И как его... О! Что-то он огромный какой-то. Ё-моё. Вот, 0,625. Да. Он выступает все равно наружу. Это не... Что это за хрень? Ладно. Хорошо, да, 0,625. Окей. Ну, так и чё? Он типа там рабочий вообще или чисто так по приколу существует? Может, тут просто не отображает, может, в полете будет отображать. Потому что... у нас тут есть диспенсер, но это такой же. И тут есть... Ну, тут движки. Так. Кстати. Нужно переднюю часть носика найти. Найти. Нету. И вот, собственно, дамлинки. Как их грузить в эту штуку, вообще непонятно. Типа... ну да. Вот так. И типа... Ё-моё. Вот так. И типа... Ну, он будет вот тогда выкатываться. Ну, типа, 2 штуки. Так. Мощность соединения. Так. Угу. Типа... И их что, типа, наверх дальше просто склад... Или как? Как эта штука вообще... Не, в реальности тут примерно понятно, как она работает. Но тут... Оно не... Оно... Ё. Вот и все. 2 поставил, и все. И в чем прикол? Его нельзя дальше. И не ставится дальше. Или типа МБ это работает как-то. Да нет, так-то это точно не работает. Ну потому что типа только 4 штуки в 2 слоя. А дальше как их над этим пэс-диспенсером ставить? Непонятно. Да и они даже если поставить, оно не... Давайте вот проверим, просто вот запустим, что оно вообще будет. Ну давайте сделаем. И вообще. Да не вот. Хе-хе. У нас тут пола нету, но то пофиг. Во-первых, включим свет. Ну вот. Можно закрыть. Открыть. Тогда и поставим, как в реале. И типа... Нет, этот диспенсер, да, не может двигаться, поэтому да. Ну и типа ближайший там линк. Какой ближайший? Ну, вот это, допустим. Отделить. И чё? Ох, ё-моё. Они тупо внутрь отделяются, и все их придется выбрасывать вручную. Потому что они не могут сами отделиться. Ну, вылететь. Этот диспенсер чисто так, ну, как моделька. Но оно не может их двигать. Пиздец. Ё-моё. Ну, не, жаль, не получится так сделать. Если только... А, ну мы под землей оказались. Ну скоро... Ё-моё. Ладно. Ок. Хорошо, едем дальше. Во-первых, название еще какое-то ему дать. Starship. Ну, просто назовем его Flight 11, вот и все. Плавники сразу берем. Left. И правый. Выпустить. Так, неактивно. Ну, понятно, вот такие. Выпустить неактивно. Так, вот так. Так, дальше. Main танк. Три РВ Шайлет. Нюфш, абилятор, понятно. Абилятор, ну абилятор. Опять на фоточке смотреть надо. Ну, он есть, да, скорее всего. Ой. Или... Ну да, он есть. Ну тут пофиг. Has, да. Тут все. Угу. И все. Так, дальше, значит. Плавнички нижние. А это правый. Выпустить 640 неактивно. Ну тут без же приток или стоп или... Нет, там их куча. Даже намного больше, чем здесь. Ну давайте вот так хотя бы. Хотя бы вот так. К сожалению, приток отдельно у нас нету еще в этом моде. Хотя Кольцево даже отдельно есть там. Но приток нету. Так, теперь движки. Raptor 2. Центральные. Да ё, опять он не того. Опять он не хочет ставиться нормально, как всегда. Ненавижу. Давайте МБ уберем пока. О, обожаю. Ладно, и вакуумники еще ж нужно. Вакуумник вообще поставить, это капец. Это ужас. Ладно, теперь берем вот так и просто. Придется сейчас выдорачивать его, ж пипец. Вот так. Дальше. Хотя, ну вот так. Да, вот так. Ну и где-то как-то их ставить. Не знаю. То уже нужно снизу смотреть. Во-первых, по высоте. Высота вот такая. А, прекрасно. Тут, блин, тупо в баг движки уходят. Угу. Так. Тут нужно смотреть не по этому, а по... Ну, кстати, вот так, по-моему, идеально выходит, да. Здесь почти. Тут даже нету выреза под двигатели, как в реале. Я, может, на блок 2 убрали, не знаю. Раньше такое было. Ну, хорошо, вот так. И теперь атмосферники. Тут смысл тот же. Тут еще проще. Просто по высоте вот так. И все. Нет никаких дыр, нет ничего. Все нормально. Закрыто все. И сразу убрать из симметрии. Убрать из симметрии. И сразу можно на один переключить этот на второй. Этот на третий. Этот. И на четвертый вакуумники. Теперь берем Hot Stage. Ну, что за хрень? Почему ты не ставишься, сволочь? Ага, потому что 3. Все есть. Тогда 3. Угу, угу. Бустер. V1 Integrated. Угу. Used. Skirt M. Не, ну полностью Used вот такой берем, да. Да. Блок 1 венс, сайд венс, да. Чем больше вентов, тем лучше. Ну тут все. Нет ничего больше. Давайте сразу рури. Во-первых, Их, да, их нужно перевернуть. Вот так берем. Так. Так, так. Ну и тоже выпустить на 0. Неактивно, неактивно, неактивно. Выдвинуто, да. Выпустить на 0. Выпустить на 0. Выпустить на 0. И движки сюда. Мы не сможем, к сожалению, сейчас будет весело. Потому что у нас сейчас, скорее всего, не будет engine скирта. А кластер сюда нам не подойдет. Но тут мы не можем включить engine skirt. Эту функцию почему-то убрали в последних версиях данного мода. А она не факт далеко, что будет отдельным. Короче, вот этим. Ну, конечно же, нету. Может, будет вот в этом моде. Ну, похоже, что нет. А если по поиску скирт? Зашибись, блин, нету. И тут вариант, блин, только один. Либо ставить кластер, но не получится, потому что там конфигурация двигателей при посадке необычная. Либо же ставить ту версию мода, где это было. Но я попробую, но на это времени, блин, идет, поэтому да. Ладно, ничего с не поделать.
Not caring about the moon as much? Do you think Blue's trying to steal the moon?
I think Blue would love to steal the moon. I don't know that it's going to happen. I mean, you know, they've flown New Glenn once, whether they can now fly something all the way to the moon with people, land safely, dock with another spacecraft in lunar orbit, do all of that, I think remains to be seen. But yeah, I mean, Elon, it's all about Mars. You walk into Hawthorne, you see all the Mars pictures. Mars is why he founded the company. I see, you know, the HLS contract as a way to get money for Starship. You know, the technology maybe is not that different. It helps you get a lot of launches under your belt. It allows you to, you know, do the testing and the design on the reusable heat shield, on having a fuel depot in orbit, which you're going to need for Mars as well. You know, do a landing on another celestial body. And then really, I mean, Starship is to, you know, the next generation of Starlinks, which fuels the whole Mars vision. So I think it did surprise me, like going back, was it 2017 at the IAC conference in Adelaide? You know, clearly you could read the tea leaves and see that the incoming Trump administration was going to be focused on the moon. And that's when Elon, you know, talked much more. Like the year before in Guadalajara, it was all about Mars. And then at the IAC in 2017, he starts talking about like Moonbase Alpha and saying like, you know, why haven't we been back to the moon already? So I don't know. I think it's a way to get money and contracts and experience for SpaceX. But for Jeff, I mean, you know, the guy famously recovered the F1 engines from the Saturn V rockets that flew, you know, Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins to the moon. got those, and they're now on display at the Air and Space Museum here in Washington, D.C. So yeah, he's all about the moon.
Eric, what do you think? Does Blue have a chance to land a lander on the moon before SpaceX gets an HLS lander on the moon?
Yes, they do. The Blue Moon Mark 1 is almost ready to go. It's going to come to Houston here in just a little bit and undergo some testing.
You have to chop it up first. I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
No, don't get me started on that nonsense. Talking about the moving the shuttle. So it's got to come here for atmospheric testing, and then we'll go back to the launch site in Florida, and they're hoping maybe launch it in January. I don't know if they're going to meet that deadline, but it's coming soon, and it's a huge lander. And as I reported a couple of weeks ago, so it is an Insider Planet version to use multiple Blue Moon Mark 1 human landing. And they think they could do this maybe within the next 4 years. Now, as Chris said, that's a big ask for a company that's launched one orbital rocket and has done none of the in-space, stuff that SpaceX has done with dozens and dozens of Dragon missions. However, using Blue Moon Mark 1s with that architecture would not require in-space refueling. And that's a big deal. And I think that if you're the Trump administration and you're interested in, a second pathway to basically, put humans on the moon for China, you ought to be exploring that Blue Moon Mark 1 option, because Blue Moon Mark 2 is a human-rated lander, much larger. It is not going to be ready for. It's just going to take time. And so that's really the only realistic option, I think, to Starship. And I think you could create a competition where you would spur both of them forward. Maybe SpaceX's feet to the fire. Their lunar program, which it's not really.
And there was that moment. Ooh, let's see. The nitrogen boil off from the subcoolers is starting to make its way across the mud flats there. That's a great sign. The tank farm's coming to life. Oh man, I don't even remember what I was going to say. I'm just lamenting the fact that SpaceX doesn't care about the moon as much. Go ahead, Ashley.
Well, I mean, I think if I remember right, when you were first kind of asking your question, how the public would feel about all of this. I'm curious as what you guys think. I wonder if I kind of wonder if the average American cares if China puts a human back on the moon before we do or not. I'm not totally convinced. I sort of feel like I think the public, despite all the many words that we all write, I think it's sometimes kind of confused about what's actually happening in space. I think when a lot of the takes that I see on Elon's so polarizing that people seize on SpaceX sometimes some kind of point of weakness, which
it makes people dislike space, which is disappointing, but
and there's just elements to this that are hilarious and sad, because if SpaceX didn't exist, our entire conversation would be about how China is dominating space and the U.S. has nothing, to do about it.
We are lucky. We're very lucky to exist, like we talked about. At this point in time, where the two richest guys in the world actually do care about space.
I don't. Sometimes I think we get fixated on this, and the politicians do, but it could be a big waste of time in the big picture.
To answer your question, actually, I do think the general public will care if and when China beats us back to the moon, but I don't think they know that they will care necessarily. I think they'll only care after the fact. When it's when the sucker punch hits you in the face, it hurts. But you might not always be looking for that sucker punch. And I think a lot, it's in the same way, the opposite happened when we did Falcon Heavy, or when we had, Bob and Doug head to the ISS for the first time on American rocket, soil.
I had people, friends, family, old high school friends, people messaging me because they know what I do, saying, "Oh man, that was the coolest thing! I can't believe we're still this great." And it's yeah, we are. So hopefully we get that version of the timeline and not the other version where my friends and family who don't follow this stuff closely message me wait, really? And I'm yeah, dude, I could talk your ear off about it. So I don't know. Hopefully things go well. But
I still think the Tesla Roadster was still the biggest thing that
was a good one.
People paid attention to. Maybe we should just focus on something like that.
I don't know, man. I got to disagree, Ashley. I understand what you're saying because public interest in space is a mile wide and an inch deep. Like they don't care. You know, it's that's the reality. It's like most people are not paying attention to any of this stuff. But when you get video of a Chinese astronaut planting a Chinese flag on the moon, and releasing a statement and kind of dancing on the grave of the United States, I mean that is going to be extremely powerful. And I think Americans will care, and there will be a very significant political price to pay. You know, if we look back, what happened, you know, with their first moon race, it's still geopolitical significance is huge, and you know better than I do, actually, like the what's happening in China in terms of their economy, in terms of their technology and investment in all sorts of areas, from green energy to nanotechnology. I mean, they are making the kinds of investments oriented to the future, and so. But a lot of that stuff is below the surface. You don't really see that on a day-to-day basis. I think this is a moment that could really break through. That would be like, this is the passing of the torch from the United States era to the Chinese era. I think that's how it's going to be framed.
Maybe it's the wake-up call we need. You know, we seem to let the like supply chain stuff and the advances here and there, like high-speed rail. We see what's happening. California doesn't move any faster. I don't know. Maybe that would finally be the thing that cracks through and people would wake up.
But Jack, you're exactly right. Like if you take SpaceX out of the equation, like the United States in a lot of ways, from military space to launch, is behind the Chinese space program at this point.
It's pretty wild when you think about it, but I'm definitely glad we exist in a time where Falcon 9 and also Starship exists. It's pretty wild. I mean, Christian, in your book, you talk about how GPS is a public utility, you know, and I really enjoyed that part in particular because, hey, guess what? If you out there use GPS, it comes from space. And the military gave that to the general public. I want to say for free. I mean, we paid for it. It's kind of ours. But point being, Starlink is actually enabling internet around the world to people, and it's not a free public utility. I wish it was like GPS. That would be great because more internet around the world, more better. But what do you think is the end goal here for Starship? Is it just Starlink? Is it just Mars? Do you think that we're going to see, you know, HABs built into these things, or is SpaceX just going to do the bare minimum they can do to get to Mars with this vehicle?
Well, I think they're all interrelated with Mars, obviously, as the end goal, right? That's the point of SpaceX. That's the point of Starship. And, you know, you see those animations SpaceX has of, you know, the Martian surface, you know, with all of these starships and then the dome, the habitats parked all over it. But you know, just to talk about China in a minute, you know, it's astonishing to me when, you know, I'm going around on the book tour now and a lot of people have no idea. And these are people who are coming to a book event about space. They don't know that NASA is about to launch a crew of astronauts around the moon. And I think that there will be interest in it when they do that, but I think it will be fleeting, you know, particularly in today's like media environment where everybody, their attention is just so fractured. And even in 1969, like people got bored of the moon. And we're, you know, wanting NASA to sort of move on. And I think, you know, it'll be a flick for a moment when Artemis 2 happens. So I agree with Eric that China landing on the moon will be a big deal. But it's interesting though, because part of me, I keep wondering why the Trump administration now is casting it and going sort of putting all the chips on the table and saying we're in a space race with China and we cannot lose, when the fact is that the chances are they are going to lose. But I don't know that there's going to be a political price to pay because the chances are they may be out of office by the time China lands on the moon. It's like the next guy's problem, which is illustrative of all of the issues that you keep having, you know, with America's space program that, by the way, China does not have, right? Because they don't have Republicans and Democrats and changing administrations. And there's no like, oh, this is a military space program. This is the Pentagon. This is the CIA, this is the NRO, and this is NASA, and they're separate. Like they're all intertwined together in a way that I think is problematic, from a democratic point of view, but can make them maybe move a little bit faster.
All right. I think we should talk about Starship some more. Maybe a happier subject. It's launch day, am I right? The thing today being tested is the last version 2 ship and the last version 2 booster. Let's just put our chips on the table. How do we think the ship is going to do today? There's a whole bunch of missing tiles. I know they're doing less material testing, but there still appears to be quite a lot of missing tiles on that heat shield, perhaps for some intentional stress testing. Ashley, how do you think ship's going to do today?
Oh dear. I think, I feel like we've been still seeing progress. I don't know. I feel good. I was digging around on the heat shield stuff a little bit the last couple of days, but I don't know. This one feels well, I don't want a Debbie Downer, this exciting moment. It feels like a little bit more of the same, doesn't it? At least to me. But yeah, I don't know. I feel
It does and
confident
it doesn't.
in SpaceX's progress.
I think the fact that this is the final launch from Pad 1 in this configuration and the final launch of a Starship stack that looks like this makes it a little bit extra special. At
Yeah.
least for me, from like a content creator point of view. But you're right. It's a similar profile. It's still suborbital. So I get it. You're not Debbie Downer. You're Donnie. Whatever the opposite of Debbie Downer is. Eric, what do you think, man? How's ship gonna do today?
I fully expect it to be successful. And if it's not, then that's not to be Debbie Downer. Sorry, I think that's a really a step back, because they've had all these teething pains with version 2 of the ship and booster, the ship particularly, and if they sort of, this one fails, then that's a step back. The reality is we're kind of all in the Starship V3 waiting room, because the key to unlocking everything is getting to a semi-stable configuration of Starship and then just popping those things off one after the other, because you've got to get lots of flight experience. You've got to get, the refueling test, and you've just got to start refueling vehicles, and launching Starlink. So, it kind of feels like, it's a Starship launch is going to be super exciting. It's incredible to watch. And you're right. Standing near the pad, looking up at that thing, it's incredible. They're massive vehicles. But this feels like, all right, let's get past this and see what Starship V3 can do, and let's see if we can really start jumping that cadence up.
Absolutely. Christian said it himself. You cannot get a sense of scale for these vehicles unless you're there in person. And even being in the dunes, looking at a full stack, even then, it's very hard. When you're standing on the property line, you can look up at it and be like, wow. I think the only true way to get a sense of scale is when they roll past you on the road and you're literally like, okay, if things go south, I need to run that way. It's a really special place, Starbase. Christian, how do you think ship's going to do today?
I think it'll be good. I think we're going to get some cool views of it re-entering like we always do in the plasma buildup, which is, one of my favorite parts of the mission. But then the question is, okay, then you go to V3 and it's like, all right, it seems like they solved the problems on V2. They got the ship going. They had those mishaps. And then are there going to be some growing pains with V3? And then is the sort of general public going to be like, oh, I thought they had this down. They're going to have more problems again, maybe not realizing that they're dealing with, a pretty significant upgrade in some new systems. So I'm not saying that V3 is going to have some growing pains, but I think it's entirely possible that they do. When I was trying to get
plausible.
Yeah. When I was trying to get Elon, I was messaging with him. This was in January to talk to him for the book. And we ended up just sort of going back and forth a little bit about V3. And his quote to me was, version 3 converges to greatness, which as Eric said, I think you really need version 3 to unlock all the things to be able to get to the moon and to Mars. But again, we're talking about a huge upgrade, complicated vehicle. The first, 2, 3, 4 flights may not be perfect. And then it's all of a sudden we're like, oh, the headline may become, well, SpaceX is struggling again, when they're just sort of working out the kinks of a new system.
I think, all this like goes back a little bit to some of the stuff we talked about earlier. I mean, I think SpaceX, when they were doing all the Grasshopper stuff, I mean, it was happening out in Texas. We didn't see it as much, during like the most of their like reusability, early day trials. And then I think they just like convinced us all in our head that they're almost flawless, for this big run. And you just get so used to them doing everything kind of faster and better, especially when it comes to aerospace, where everything is always late and worse than you thought. And SpaceX kind of trained you to think a little bit differently. And so, yeah, I find some of this hard to just wrap my head around, just simply from like the way SpaceX has kind of imprinted their modus operandi in my head. And then I find the whole thing, this gap. This is, I don't know, we talked about it earlier, I suspect this has gone slower than SpaceX had thought. It's definitely gone slower than I had thought in my head. And so this like gap of opening up space for Rocket Lab against the Falcon 9, for Blue Origin to sort of make progress on different fronts. We saw Stoke Space raise a ton of money. I mean, Eric Schmidt's come in with relativity. All these things are just, I think we're preparing for like a really interesting couple of years when sort of the Falcon 9 competition landscape might change while all this is going on. So I don't know. It's fascinating from like a spectator point of view, if nothing else.
It really is. Sometimes I wish I had a fast forward button. It's as fast as things are moving. Sometimes I'm like, oh man, I'm 37. Like, oh geez. It's like, okay, well, how much of the show do I get to watch?
There's no better time to be alive and interested in space than right now. John.
And right now,
I'm convinced this is a more exciting time than even the Apollo era, I believe.
I mean, you couldn't go to a public beach in South Texas and barbecue and have a fire pit and drink with your friends like 300 feet away from the world's largest rocket by a factor of 3 in the Apollo era. Like, no shade to the Apollo era. I wish I could have been there and seen humans walk on the moon. But yeah, we truly are extraordinarily lucky. So version 3, do we think they, I mean, we talked about this just a little bit. Do we think they're going to go through some of the same teething pains? Eric, I'll throw it to you first. I mean, we've seen a lot of component testing being queued up in the form of a bunch of different test tanks getting assembled, which is not necessarily something we saw as much for version 2. I'm optimistic that there won't be growing pains, but I do think it's entirely plausible that there will be. Sort of, what are you expecting from version 3, Eric?
First of all, I have no idea on the technical side of things how long it's going to take. I do think before this started, if you had asked me if we're on flight test 11, still wondering whether the ship is going to get to space and it has not gone orbital yet, I would have not expected that. I would have said that's pretty far below my expectations. But what I struggle with as a reporter in trying to convey to readers and to people is just how much of a quantum leap forward Starship is compared to every other rocket that's been designed and built before. It's not just the size.
I don't think people really understand, because it's not just that they're trying something hard. They're not trying to just go fast. They're trying to go fast and do something incredibly hard.
Yes, incredibly hard, and trying to bake in reuse into this monstrous vehicle, and especially the upper stage reuse part of it, which obviously has been a real challenge to them, is just it. People need to give SpaceX some grace, right? with their expectations and for what they're trying to achieve. And so I think on one hand, you can question whether this is the right architecture for humans to go back to the moon, right? Because it was not really developed for that. But I don't think it's really makes too much sense to question the vision behind what Starship is, because this is a problem that Elon and the smartest aerospace engineers have now been trying to tackle for 20 years. And so I think if they've decided that this is the optimum design of a vehicle to unlock rapid reusability and super heavy lift, then I suspect they're correct. And it's just an enormously difficult problem to solve, and it has never been solved in history before. So it's maybe going slower than some of us would have liked, but clearly they're making progress. And we can only really stand on the sidelines and watch and hope for the best with version 3.
We'll definitely all be cheering version 3 on in the same way that we'll be cheering the last version 2 ship on an hour and 25 minutes to go. Christian, how do you think version 3 is going to go?
Again, it's so hard to say. Are there going to be growing pains? Yeah. But the SpaceX way is there are growing pains. They test, they fail, they innovate, they come back, and they figure it out because they're that good. So yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say from the outside without inside knowledge of and not being an engineer. But as someone who's followed it for a long time, I mean, actually, I have. See if I can find this. This is if you can see this. This is the mission patch for the 4th flight of Falcon 1 that someone within SpaceX gave me years ago. And it's like, you think about SpaceX, you think about that down to their last flight. If that doesn't go, they don't exist, right? So I think now I bring that up to show that I think ultimately it will be successful. Whether that's on the first flight or the 8th flight, it's hard to say.
Got it. Ashley, version 3?
I don't think I'm going to top any of that, and I don't have such a cool mission patch to just pull out. What do you have that just at your fingertips, Christian, man?
I have all my mission patches.
So when Sawyer's on, he often will flex and show like a piece of shuttle hardware or like talk about astronauts he's met. I think we just got our first Christian Davin.
When Ashley was when he was talking about early days, I was like trying to when I went off camera, I was sorting through my mission patch pile.
I'm jealous now, man. That's a good one.
Well, I'm jealous for the title of your book, When the Heavens Went on Sale.
I should be back. Am I back?
It's an amazing book, as is Liftoff and Reentry. Amazing books. When the Heavens Went on Sale, amazing book, amazing title too. I just
thank you. Everybody hated it that I wrote about. mostly the planet guys. They thought it was too crass and capitalistic. But then now here they are.
I mean, if everybody likes
public
it,
company.
Have you done your job?
No. I was really happy with it.
I can't hear anybody.
I can still hear Christian.
So I have a Falcon 1 patch. It's on my shelf framed. The Flight 4. It's the first one with the
testing. Somebody
with Morley Clover.
We're talking.
We're talking, Jack. But
we can definitely hear Jack.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you guys were talking about the different design philosophies and things like that, and that's one of the things that we're looking at here, right? This is the final launch of this version of Starship. We're sort of turning the page, and you guys have books, so I guess that's an appropriate expression, right? And so now I guess we should turn the page and sort of try to like what is your thoughts? What are your thoughts for today's launch? Because we've been talking about all the politics and everything and all that. I want to hear your thoughts. Like, do you think it's gonna go great? We have that dynamic banking thing. I don't know. Maybe Eric, you can go first on that one.
I fully expect success today. This is like the 5th flight of version 2, 6th flight. I'm not sure. They've flown it a lot. It's a very similar profile to the last flight, and so you would expect that they have learned. And if the rocket is changed, they've only made improvements to it. So I would expect and hope for success today. A pretty clean mission.
Yeah, and Christian?
I agree. I think at this point, early on, it's trying to push the boundaries, doing different things. If you fail, the payloads of data. I think on this one, they want a good last flight. I think, obviously from a technical and engineering standpoint, they want to do it as they go into version 3. Also, I think from a PR standpoint, not that that's necessarily what Elon cares about.
Yeah.
I don't think he's being like, oh, I want NASA to look at this and say like, all right, they're back on the ball and I got better headlines. I don't think he cares about that at all. But I think it is now part of the narrative. And, just being realistic that from a PR standpoint, a launch would be good and a failure would not.
And you, Ashley?
Well, I'm not going to be the one who says it's going to blow up on the pad. That would be really sad. I think it'll
Let's
do
hope
well.
no.
No, I think it has to do. I think it's sort of like I fully agree with what Eric was saying a bit earlier. I just think it would be massive step backwards if it doesn't do well, and you want to carry some momentum into all these things that they have to accomplish that are coming up, and so some of it's is psychological. I think I think the company could kind of use heading into V3 with a win behind it.
Yeah, I hope so too. I really hope we get through all that. I think Jack, speaking of recoveries, I guess,
Hey,
Jack is
who
back.
let you take over? So,
You
sorry,
went
I
away.
had a bit of a Wi-Fi hiccup there.
Are you on Starlink, Jack, or what's going on?
I am not on Starlink.
Oh, there you go.
But yeah, it's my fault. It's my bad. Wow. Okay, that was a really good discussion. Thank you all so much. I think we're getting very close to wrapping it up here. Really quick though, Christian, what's your optimistic prediction for the next 5 to 10 years into space flight? Where do we end up in, say, 2030, middle of the 2030s, if all the good levers get pulled?
Yeah, I think multiple. I mean, just take the moon for example. I think multiple landers on the moon, crewed and uncrewed. Given all the companies from Intuitive Machines to Blue Origin to SpaceX. But since we talked a lot about international, not just China, but India as well. I mean, nobody talks about India, but they've got a huge, robust space program. I don't know. I think by the middle of the 2030s, the commercial space stations are viable as well. I think those are some big things. And the thing too about Starship, to end it on sort of an optimistic note, if that's going, think about the science, the number of telescopes that can be launched on that thing that don't have to be folded up like a piece of origami to fit into the fairing, and the discoveries that we can make about the solar system and the universe when you're able to have that kind of access to space could be extraordinary.
Absolutely. Ashley?
Man, I'm trying to be realistic here. I get excited when we get to middle of the 2030s. I think middle 2030s. I think we're talking about Blue Origin, Rocket Lab, and SpaceX as the dominant American space powers. I think finally, I've been waiting for this the whole time I've been covering this. I think we have like a new idea, something that's in low Earth orbit that is doing something interesting beyond communications and imaging, and somebody's like cracked the code on that, and it's been inspired by Starship and the economics and the weight that it can carry to space. I think it's been inspired by having multiple companies that can get to space on a regular basis, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, I try not to get too excited, but I think by 2035, going way back to the start of our conversation, I think we're in a new industrial era in low Earth orbit. Yeah, I'm buying into that. I'm sticking on that.
All right, I'll take it. I'll take it. Eric, what do you think?
Yeah, that's a phenomenal point, Ashley. Like, if space is really going to open up, we need to have some kind of economic use case for space beyond sort of what's happening in communications, observation, and transport today. And that we don't know what that is. And we're all hoping that once launch becomes ubiquitous and cheap and access to orbit really opens that up, and we find
those use cases, because beyond sort of government. So I'm eager to find that as well if we would do. 10 years from now, I'd love to see launch be a commodity, cheap, morsel like airplane.
Офигеть, я гений, конечно. Вы в последнее время тупо видели не стрим, походу, да, вот ту страницу с этим модом на CS Spell. Мда. Ё-моё. Или нет? Не, вроде норм все было. А, ладно, нормально. Короче. Начну по новой. Ух, Starship, сколько всего в этом совета. Явно самая легендарная ракета в истории. На данный момент единственная реальная надежда человечества на межпланетное будущее. На то, что космические полеты станут доступными для всех. Ведь Starship — это первая в истории полностью многоразовая ракета. Так еще и с огромной грузоподъемностью в 150 тонн, которая будет только расти. И Starship станет самой дешевой ракетой в истории. Starship на самом деле начал свой путь еще, считай так, даже когда и SpaceX в 2012, допустим, году проект Mars Colonial Transporter, до него еще были всякие там Falcon XX и что-то такое. В 2016 году идея, с того момента дизайн кучу раз очень сильно менялся. В 2019 году было объявлено в программе Starship. В 2019 году здесь покачики в Starbase. Строились различные прототипы, тестовые стенды и много чего еще. Иногда даже происходили полеты, некоторые из которых были успешными. И теперь SpaceX нацелены на сегодня, на 13 октября, на 23:15 по EDC, со стартовым окном по 00:30 по EDC 14 октября на запуск 11-го испытательного интегрированного полета Starship Booster 15.2 Ship 38. Это будет последний полет второй версии Starship, а также последний полет с первой оригинальной стартовой площадки Starbase Orbital Launch Mount A. Предстоящий полет будет основан на демонстрации, но успешных демонстрациях, полученных в ходе предыдущего 10-го летного испытания Starship, включая летные эксперименты по сбору данных для сверхтяжелого ускорения следующего поколения, стресс, тестирование теплозащитного экрана Starship и демонстрации маневров, которые будут имитировать финальный заход в верхней ступени на посадку для будущего возвращения на стартовую площадку. Ускоритель, участвующий в этом испытательном полете, ранее участвовал в полете 8 и будет запущен с 24 проверенными в полете двигателями Raptor. Его основной целью испытаний станет демонстрация уникальной конфигурации работы двигателей при посадке, который планируется использовать на сверхтяжелом ускорителе. Следующее поколение ракеты будет протестировано на траектории посадки в районе залива Америка и не будет возвращена на место запуска для посадки. Super Heavy включит 13 двигателей в начале посадочного импульса, затем перейдет на новые конфигурации с 5 двигателями для фазы отклонения. Ранее использовавшиеся 3 двигателя запланированы для Super Heavy. 3 базовые двигатели будут использоваться на участке импульса, отвечающем за точную настройку траектории. Ускоритель обеспечивает дополнительную избыточность на случай спонтанного выключения двигателей. Затем ускоритель перейдет на свои 3 центральных двигателя в режиме посадочного импульса, войдя в режим полного зависания на поверхности океана, после чего двигатель выключится, и он упадет в залив Америка. Основная цель летных испытаний — проверить динамику реального аппарата при выключении двигателей при переходе между различными фазами. Верхний блок Starship будет предназначен для решения нескольких космических задач, включая запуск 8 имитаторов Starlink, сопоставимых по размеру с спутниками Starlink следующего поколения. Имитаторы Starlink будут находиться на той же сопроводительной траектории, что и Starship, и, как ожидается, сгорят при входе в атмосферу. Также планируется повторный запуск одного из двигателей Raptor в космосе. Летные испытания включают в себя ряд экспериментов и внесение эксплуатационных изменений, направленных на обеспечение возможности возвращения верхней ступени Starship на стартовую площадку в будущих полетах. Для повторного входа в атмосферу со Starship были сняты плитки, чтобы намеренно провести стресс-тест уязвимых зон по всему аппарату. Несколько отсутствующих плиток находятся в местах, где плитки соединены с аппаратами, не имеют резервного операционного слоя, чтобы имитировать траекторию, на которой корабль будет возвращаться на звездную базу в будущих полетах. Заключительный этап траектории Starship на рейсе 11 включает в себя динамический вираж и проверку дозвуковых алгоритмов наведения перед посадочным импульсом и приводнением в Индийском океане. Уже по таймлайну миссии у нас уже было перекрытие дорог за 6 часов 12 минут до запуска, и также за 2 часа 10 минут до запуска уже началась полная работа заправочной инфраструктуры. Далее за 53 минуты до запуска в 22:22 по EDC у нас начнется заправка, но и далее там в целом все примерно как всегда.
For the final phase of the burn, the booster will be down selecting to center 3 engines as usual and finishing the landing burn high above the water.
Что у нас вообще из себя представляет в целом Starship? Starship это у нас двухступенчатая, полностью многоразовая орбитальный ракетоноситель сверхтяжелого класса, разрабатываемая компанией SpaceX. Вот если брать конкретно вот этот Starship Block 2, да, то, ну, оно, как уже говорилось, двухступенчатая. Верхняя ступень, то у нас корабль Ship 38, во-первых. Про историю корабля Ship 38, собственно. Ship 38 у нас также является последним кораблем второй версии в целом. Ship 39 уже третьей версии. Вот, Ship 38, он у нас прошел первый крю-тест 30 еще июля этого года и второй крю-тест на следующий день, 31 июля. И также единственный прожиг у нас был 22 сентября. Он переносился 3 раза, его стримил. Прожиг сразу всех 6 двигателей на орбитальном стартовом столе. Прожиг, как и прожиг корабля для прошлого 10-го полета, проводился на этом же орбитальном стартовом столе, используя специальную установку, с помощью которой получилось установить, собственно, этот стартовый стол корабль без первой ступени, и также модифицированный бустер Quick Disconnect для, ну, чтобы поставлять топливо в корабль, да, заправлять его, вот. Из-за того, что Ship 30... Какой там? Ship 36 при подготовке к 9-му еще испытательному полету в июне, не помню точно какого числа, примерно 16, по-моему, июня, взорвался на испытательном стенде Месси из-за проблем с баллонами КОЭПФИ. Он взорвался, заслушал испытательный стенд Месси, поэтому вот пришлось вот так вот сделать. Это, кстати, также стал последний прожиг на оригинальной орбитальной стартовой площадке А. Ну, первой орбитальной стартовой площадке в целом. Вот. Где оно, блин? Ship 38, ну, как и в целом корабли второй версии, у нас имеет высоту 52,1 метр. Но... О, сейчас. Сразу сделаем вот как. Да ё-моё. Работай, скотина. Ё-моё. Только сейчас найти бы это еще, потому что в этом, перед этим запуском почему-то этой инфы нигде не было. И обычно она есть перед каждым запуском, ладно, возьмем перед, еще там ничего не поменялось. Сейчас, вот эта инфографика. Сейчас, подождите. Боже, как же я ненавижу CSP, из-за которого это все и лагает. Ну, впрочем, вот. Корабль наш. Ship 38, тут еще, блин, по Ship 35. Собственно, вот у нас. Внизу у нас 3 двигателя Раптор атмосферных и 3 двигателя Раптор вакуумных. Я извиняюсь, что я могу говорить всякую хрень, потому что я до сих пор не выздоровел. Я болел. Вот, короче, 3 двигателя Раптор. Вторых и 3 двигателя Раптор оптимизированы для работы в вакууме с тягой по 230 у атмосферных. И в атмосфере также денег пульс порядка 330 секунд, а у вакуумных тяга 269 тонн и у денег пульс порядка 380 секунд в вакууме. Вот, работает это непонятно где на жидком метании и жидком кислороде. У нас, собственно, вот атмосферные, внутри и снаружи вакуумные. Ну, снизу также 2 плавника. И вот, внизу бак для жидкого кислорода, сверху бак для жидкого метана, далее грузовой отсек. Вот. Дверца грузового отсека, там у нас находится Space Dispenser, в который загружено 8 симуляторов, 8 макетов спутников Starlink. И наверху посадочные баки, также для жидкого кислорода и для жидкого метана, ну и трубопроводы. Также на блок 2, начиная с первого корабля блок 2 Ship 33, вот такая вот теперь у нас новая разводка. К каждому вакуумному двигателю вакуумные трубопроводы идут. Вместо одного цельного трубопровода, как на первом блоке. Из-за чего было также потеряно 2 корабля, собственно, Ship 33 и Ship 34 в 8 и 9, Ну ладно, в 7-м полете вот только по этой причине. В 8-м-то там причина уже чуть отличалась. Но в 7-м полете они тупо не выдержали нагрузки и взорвались. Вот. Ship Quick Disconnect, собственно, через который происходит заправка корабля. Наверху также два плавника. Они, кстати, стоят не ровно, не по 90 градусов, а по 120 градусов. Также изменения в блоке 2. Ну, собственно, да, высота 52,1 метр, что на 2,1 метр больше, чем первый блок. Диаметр 9 метров, сухая масса порядка 135 тонн, полный стартовый вес порядка 1635 тонн. Далее, первая ступень. Первая ступень это у нас бустер 15.2. Он у нас уже летал в 8-м полете. Бустер 15 у нас прошел первый криотест еще 27 декабря 2024 года и на следующий день второй криотест. Первый прожиг сразу всех также 33 двигателей Раптор. Он прошел 9 февраля и затем 6 же. Да, 6 марта 2025 года он отправился в 8-й интегрированный орбитальный полет. Старший, внеся корабль Ship 34 и успешно приземлился в руки башни обслуживания. После чего с ним 7 сентября провели повторный прожиг также всех 33 двигателей Раптор. Кстати, 24 двигателя Раптора там уже, которые были, прошли через полет, вот в 8-м полете на этом ускорителе, а 9 двигателей было заменено. Вот. Ну, собственно, стандартный ускоритель у нас имеет высоту 71 там и 2 где-то метра. А, кстати, вот же что не показал. Вот, собственно, снизу корабль, если брать вот атмосферный двигатель, вот вакуумные. И вот нижние плавники, а вот верхние так вот расположены. Вот высота также порядка 71 метра, ускоритель 71,2 где-то, диаметр 9 метров. Вот у нас также внизу бак для жидкого метана, сверху бак для... То есть для жидкого кислорода, сверху бак для жидкого метана. 4 решетчатых руля титановых, которые помогают ему контролировать траекторию при возвращении на Землю. Кольцо для горячего рождения, поскольку сначала происходит зажигание двигателя второй ступени, после чего уже разделение ступеней, то вот через вот эти решетки, короче, выходит пламя от двигателей второй ступени при зажигании, когда вторая ступень еще прикреплена к первой. Собственно, сами вот эти посадочные пины, за которые он приземляется на ФЦМ, за которые его поднимают руки башни обслуживания. На корабле также есть вот неструктурные точки захвата, чтобы тестировать тепловую нагрузку на них, поскольку в будущем корабль также будут ловить руками башни обслуживания. Вот у нас, собственно, бустер Quick Disconnect, да, через который происходит заправка. И вот эти вот штуки, там под ними находятся баллоны КОЭПВ, баллоны высокого давления, собственно, для углекислого газа, для систем пожаротушения, там для жидкого азота и чего-то еще может. Кстати, вот также посадочный бак для ускорителя, метановый кислородный. И внизу, собственно, двигатели на всех с 33 двигателями Раптор. То есть 3 по центру, 10 по кругу и 20 по второму кругу. Вот так это выглядит. 20 внешних, кстати, не имеет вектора тяги управляемого. Вакуумные двигатели также не имеют управляемый вектор тяги. Собственно, вот. Раптор бустер, вот эти, которые атмосферные, не имеют управляемого вектора тяги. Рапторы атмосферные, центральные, которые имеют управляемый вектор тяги. Вот, собственно, электрический, кстати, вектор тяги. И вакуумный Раптор 2. Общая высота ракет составляет примерно 123,1 метр. Стартовый вес примерно 5160 тонн. Тяга же первой ступени составляет примерно 7100 тонн, и тяга вооруженность на старте примерно 1,38.
from just in Ireland, for my just back in from Ireland from Florida. We went to his first launch. And Alex, you finally did get to see a launch coming to visit us a few years last year, I think it was, right?
Yeah, that's one of the things nowadays launches are so common that
Вот, кстати, где?
you're bound to see even like for a week.
Project Booster 15.2 у нас.
This past couple of weeks though, you've been in a very bad.
Давайте нет, сделаем вот так. Здесь выключим и... Вот, да. Почему-то видео неполноценное, ну да ладно. Ну вот. Далее. Резюме отчета, короче, там какого-то человека. Не прочитаю эту фамилию, блин. Это еще, по-моему, касаемо 10-го полета предыдущего. Вот, металлические плитки, да, 10-го полета касаемо. Металлические плитки, которые тестируются на 10-м полете, предназначались для тестирования некерамических вариантов типа защитного покрытия с целью улучшения технологий. Я извиняюсь. С целью улучшения технологичности и долговечности. Они не сработали, поэтому оранжевый цвет при посадке был признаком неудачи теста зазора между плитками теплозащиты, вызывает пробелы. Вспоминая заполнитель зазоров шатов, которые SpaceX намерена решить с помощью Crunch Warp, помещенной между плитками при установке. Обертка хорошо сработала в отдельных местах на полете 10, поэтому ее более широко будут тестировать в этом 11-м полете. Белый нос обусловлен эрозией изоляции, вызванной теплоизоляцией. Драгонцы по две тыльные стороны, где плитки были ударены. Полет 11 будет по тому же профилю практически, что и полет 10. Подтверждено, что суборбитальный полет требует, чтобы третья версия уже Старшипа доказала себя на суборбитальном рейсе, поэтому не ранее 13-го полета будет полный выход на орбиту и, возможно, посадка корабля. Разработка крупномасштабной передачи топлива запланирована на 2026 год. Super Heavy будет стабилен в трансзвуковом режиме, чем предполагает собственные симуляции динамические испытания SpaceX, и они не знают почему. Вот, это у нас Ship 38, еще перед прожигом. Также Ship 38. Ну и установка Ship 38 на модернизированную орбитальную стартовую площадку АСТ перед прожигом. Вот специально вот эта конструкция, на которой, собственно, устанавливается. Ну и модернизированный Ship Quick, бустер Ship Quick Disconnect, то есть просто из бустера Ship Quick Disconnect взяли его, сделали редкую разводку и повыше на корабль. Вот, там, блин, было 3 попытки прожига, но в первых 2 что-то пошло не так, и с 3 вот наконец-то получилось. Ну вот, типа... Orbital Launch Mount... Нет, подождите. Ну вот, да, первая
But Ryan,
попытка
those
прожига,
are
но она была
not.
отменена.
Yeah, those are mostly.
Вот, как тогда говорилось, Ship 38 всего нет отправился на стартовую площадку для тестовых огневых испытаний. Это бассейн прототип V2, которому также предстоит посадка в Индийский океан. У прототипа полностью уже был готовый тепловой щит перед прожигом, что скорее всего соответствует тому, что после прожига в Мегабайт 2 он задерживаться не будет, хотя все-таки задержался несколько. Ну и при тексте его тоже сняли очень много. Ну вот, с третьей попытки все-таки у нас был прожиг SHIP-38. А тем временем, челы, у нас ход 55 минут до запуска, ну там примерно на 56 минутах до запуска у нас произошел ход, то есть можно сказать прямо перед началом заправки. Пу-пу-пу. Ну, окно у нас 1 час 15 минут, то может еще починят. Что там случилось, фиг знает. Главное, чтобы ничего серьезного. И, кстати, изначально планировалось то, что запуск произойдет еще 7 октября у нас, потому что были морские перекрытия, начиная с 7 октября, но не получилось 7 октября полететь. Вот также SHIP-38, выкатка SHIP-38 перед прожигом. Последний прототип из блока V2 отправлялся на стартовую площадку ПАДА перед серией огневых тестов. За прошедшую неделю ее снова оперативно переоборудовали для прожига корабля. Самое примечательное, что SHIP-38 выкатился практически доделанным тепловым щитом. На носовой части на плавниках и аппликаторах можно заметить несколько пустых мест. Ну вон, да, видно. Но похоже, что их просто не успели доделать. Но там действительно в некоторых местах, ну, про тепловой щит, короче, потом будет еще большой текст. А, ну то все уже было. Фраза «если все пойдет по плану» не просто так часто используется в постах в оценке срока. Вчерашняя попытка прожига SHIP-38 отложили из-за проблем на линии для комбинированного разъема во время заправки. К слову, аналогичная ситуация была с SHIP-37 на этом же временном стенде. Но нельзя сказать, были обе неполадки по одним причинам. А, да, там, по-моему, была собственная утечка из вот этого трубопровода. Дополнительного. Вот, вторую попытку прожига SHIP-38 снова пришлось отменить на этапе заправки. Но зато по этой части удалось понять, что вместо 2 тестов планировался сразу прожиг 6 двигателей. Да, обычно же сначала проводит прожиг одного двигателя для теста маневра схода с орбиты, а потом уже прожиг всех 6 двигателей. Но тут сразу делает прожиг всех 6 двигателей. А, есть разрешение на заправку, поэтому почему холд, непонятно. Ну вот, после нескольких переносов SpaceX все-таки смогли провести огневой тест прототипа SHIP-38 перед запуском. В этот раз, как и упоминалось, прожиг сразу прожили все 6 двигателей. И тест прошел успешно, поэтому это был последний прожиг для кораблей, вообще для всего на оригинальной орбитальной стартовой площадке А. Ну вот, потом, собственно, SHIP-38 сняли с ОЛМ, увезли на производственную площадку. Далее. Starship теплозащита и не только. На симпозиуме Грена по космическим технологиям Билл Герстермайнер позже. Не прочитаю эту фамилию, блин, в таком состоянии. Ну вы поняли, кто руководитель по обеспечению надежности производства и запуска в SpaceX поделился некоторыми подробностями о Starship Flag 10 и планах на будущее. SpaceX испытывал возможности обойтись без керамических плиток теплозащиты, поэтому на Ship-37 были установлены 3 металлические плитки, чтобы увидеть, обеспечат ли они требуемую теплозащиту. Считают, что металлические плитки не только проще в изготовлении, но и более долговечны, чем керамические. Однако оказалось, что это не так. Металлические плитки сработали плохо, сказал этот человек. Плитки сильно окислились в условиях высокого содержания кислорода, что привело к появлению оранжевого оттенка на тепловом щите Ship-37. Белый участок верхней части теплового щита Ship-37 возник из-за проникновения плазмы через зазоры между плитками и эрозии операционного материала, который позаимствован у капсулы SpaceX Dragon 5. Пятна также были замечены в нижней части корабля. В верхней части Ship-37 среди белого пятна видны темные участки. Это новый экспериментальный материал, установленный вокруг и под плитками. Мы назвали это Crash Warp, дословно хрустящая обертка. Это словно оберточная бумага, керамическая вата, в которую оборачивается каждая плитка перед ее механическим креплением к Starship с помощью робота. SpaceX рассчитывает, что эта обертка способна устранить зазоры между плитками, исключить необходимость ручной установки специальных заполнителей из керамической ваты между плитками и предотвратить проникновение плазмы в корабле Ship-38. Для Flight 1 используется большое количество плиток с такой оберткой. В 2026 году SpaceX начнет использовать новую версию обоих Spain Starship V3. Первый полет V3 Flight 12 будет суборбитальным, как и все прошлые полеты. В случае успеха Flight 13 выведет Starship на орбиту. Это соответствует недавним заявлениям Илона Маска о планах посадки Starship в руки башни обслуживания в 13, 14 или 15 полете. В 2026 году основное внимание SpaceX будет сосредоточено на орбитальной дозаправке. Несоответствие данных. Во время Flight 10 первый Спенси сдержалась в залив под большим углом атаки, чем обычно. Так мы изучаем предельные углы атаки, чтобы определить возможности ускорения. Это помогает в будущем максимально эффективно зачать ускорение, пояснил этот человек. Инженер SpaceX заметил, что поведение ускорения при снижении отличалось от прогнозов, основанных на компьютерных моделях и испытаниях в аэродинамической трубе. Наземные эксперименты показали, что при переходе со сверхзвуковой скорости на дозвуковой ускоритель должен испытывать сильную нестабильность и вибрации. Основываясь на компьютерных моделях, ускоритель не должен выдерживать такой профиль посадки, как во время Flight 10, однако он смог. Не до конца ясно, почему результаты расходятся с реальными результатами. Так, что у нас по таймлайну? Вроде таймер возобновили. И чё? Да, пуск сдвинули аж до 8 минут вперед. Ну, вот также съемка Ship-38 с орбитальной стартовой площадки. Вот, как уже, как уже говорилось, значительное отличие от полета действия. Скорее протестируем новую последовательность окончательного зажигания перед посадкой авиакан, которая должна соответствовать Starship V3. 13, потом 5, потом 3 двигателя. Вместо перехода с 13 двигателей на сразу 3, как было ранее. Тепловой экран имеет несколько костяных плиток безапелляционного материала. За ними плазма будет напрямую воздействовать на конструкцию Starship. Starship сильно наклонится при повторном входе в атмосферу, чтобы проверить эти необходимые возможности при возвращении на стартовую площадку, а также протестируем новые алгоритмы управления на дозвуковой финальной фазе. А это вот уже выкатка ускорителя перед самим запуском на стартовую площадку. И опять проживший 38. Так, я вот сейчас буду смотреть, что из этого нужно, и считать, что нет, блин, потому что тексты тут капец огромные. Но много что повторяется. Так, не, это вообще ни к чему. Вот, на подветренной стороне обоих задних закрылков установили плитки для тестирования тепловых нагрузок в этих местах во время входа в атмосферу. Также вот загрузка макетов спутников Starlink V3 в грузовой отсек. Кстати, корабль получил вот эту вот дикарь С-38 на последние нескольких кораблях дикари отсутствовали. Вот закрытие уже дверцы грузового отсека. Ну и также вот загрузка этих макетов спутников.
But they are already.
И
Looks like on this one,
выкатка на стартовую
it looks
площадку.
like patches of 4.
But
Ну и уже установка на сам ускоритель. Ну и full stack. Кстати, два забавных факта про Falcon Heavy обороны и пуски. Уже сегодня Starship совершит столько же пусков за 2,5 года, сколько Falcon Heavy за 7 лет. Только у Starship 11 тестовых полетов и 0 коммерческих, а у Falcon Heavy 1 тестовый и 10 коммерческих. При этом полный 0 аварий, 100% безопасность во всем. 11 лет назад SpaceX подал риск против USSF за возможность участвовать в добросовестном распределении тендеров на оборонные пуски, включая Falcon Heavy, потому что тогда они были монополизированы компанией ULA. По итогу SpaceX выиграли, а доля ULA в этой части сократилась со 100% до 37% в последних контрактах. И, кстати, а вот и первый вид на выкатку обтекателя следующего корабля Ship-39, первого корабля третьей версии. Кстати, вот также видны, я так понимаю, типа разъемы под орбитальную дозаправку, хотя вряд ли сразу же с первым... ну он же даже на орбиту не будет выходить. Ну, скорее всего, просто тесты, типа, структурные. Вот, основной риск потери корабля в атмосфере из-за экспериментов теплозащиты. Участки беспилоток стали еще больше. И также сняли плитку в самом носу. Это наиболее опасная зона. Также внимательно следим за первой ступенью, на которой в повторный полет отправляются 24 из 33 двигателей Raptor 2. И новый сценарий экстренной посадки. А вот и наши любимые эксперименты с теплозащитой. Главный риск для Shape 38 не вход в атмосферу, а сама посадка. Эксперименты теплозащиты во время Flight 11, которые ранее отрицали, в этот раз куда опаснее, чем в предыдущих полетах, ну, как и всегда. И проблема не в прогаре обшивки, она как раз таки вообще неизбежна в этом случае, а в структурной целостности фюзеляжа во время маневра с кувырками перед посадкой работы двигателей. Полученные повреждения и перегрузки во время этого этапа будут наиболее опасной фазой. Мы, возможно, увидим потерю корабля как раз во время посадки. Он, возможно, тупо, разрядится в прямом смысле этого слова во время посадки. SpaceX снова серии порядка 105 плиток в критических местах корабля Shape 38. Но в отличие от предыдущих тестов, в этот раз зоны стали сильно больше, по 4 плитки вместо одной. Это намеренное решение, чтобы увеличить степень повреждений. Тем более местами эти куски не имеют даже операционной защиты. Таким образом, прогар обшивки должен быть в обоих баках и в нескольких местах сразу, а также в зоне перегородки баков, обтекателей и плавников. И проблема не в том, что будет утечка горючего и снижение давления, а выдержать ли баки снижение структурной целостности по нагрузке. Это же касается и всех 4 плавников. Еще опасное место, возможно, даже самое опасное, это нос, в котором взяли одну плитку и это место одно из самых горячих время входа, и тупая форма носа как раз позволяет отодвинуть ударную волну во время входа в атмосферу, но она все еще подвергается высоким нагрузкам. В этой части располагается бак с кислородом, бак с метаном чуть ниже, и, думаю, не нужно объяснять, почему нагретый кислородный газ в случае утечки плохая среда для корабля. Так что потенциальный прогар носового бака может повлиять на сценарий посадки корабля, а точнее на ее отсутствие, потому что он разлетится еще до посадки. Но в этот раз не только сняли плитки, но добавили 48 отдельных плиток на нижних плавниках. Ранее их ставили блоками. Эти плитки нужны для тестов новых методов крепления на Starship V3 или тестов слоев клея. При этом паттерн самих плиток может указывать на некую защиту в будущем. Вопрос, на каком этапе и в каких местах отварятся эти плитки и защита по ним. Поэтому сегодняшняя миссия Flight 11 интересна не столько своим пуском, сколько посадкой. В прошлый раз SpaceX и так, как сами сказали, издевались над кораблем, но для этой миссии они проведут еще более опасные эксперименты. Вот тупо по 4 плитки снято. Так, это мы все. Ну и все. Вот вся информация по этому полету.
By the Mechazilla there, but that's not.
Только не говорите. Ладно, пофиг уже. Так, и у нас тем временем остается 47 минут до запуска. А мы едем тогда. Мы едем в КСП. Нужно тут еще кое-что исправить. Во-первых, звук включить. Да ё-моё. Так, да, все правильно есть. Залазим. Только, ладно. Так, сейчас посмотрим. Так, ну, алло. Что происходит? Ок. Он недостойнейший. Кстати, я ж поставил мод. То МП. Сейчас, давайте откроем. Да я, как тебя взять-то? Да сам Пэс Диспенсер, давай. О! Только что это за хрень? Форс. Сколько? Ладно, пусть будет 4. Хорошо. Acceleration 4, окей. Это мы не будем тронуть. Max Speed 1, хорошо. Я так понимаю, скорость, с которой будет выстреливаться спутник или что-то такое. Motor Size 100. Окей. Limits Target Position. Ого! Смотрите-ка, работает. А это что за хрень? Peak Control. Нет, это нам ни к чему. Только вопрос, смогу ли я таким образом спутники еще наверх ставить или нет? И типа... Сейчас. Во. Эти два поедут наверх, а сюда мы сейчас поставим просто еще спутники. 8 штук у нас в общем. Только... Даже так. Все, 8 есть, и просто опускаем теперь это все на низ. Все, да, есть. Там уже на орбите разберемся, как их, что там, как их выстреливать. Я ж зачем? Чё? Так, еще у нас должна была быть... у нас вообще... Боже, надеюсь, оно будет работать. Потому что если нет, то... Короче, ой, ё-моё. Сейчас увидим. Да Только давай мне тут не того. Так. Фух, нет, повезло. О, Super Heavy Engine Skirt. Это оно. Это именно то, что нужно. Ну, вот такое, да, понятное дело. Теперь мы берем двигатели. Raptor 2 Boost. Нет, центр сначала, центр. Прекрасно. Так, нет, давайте тогда сразу выйдем в главное меню, потому что опять сбросили значение, блин. Так, погода все еще отличная. Так, главное меню. Загрузка топлива уже началась. Прекрасно. Управление быстрее. Игра. Так, уйти. Вот счетчик симметрии X. Да. О, есть так, X есть применить, окей. Открываем. Engine где? Вот. Так. Ага. В этом смысле так. Шайлот и берем. Так. Понятно. Нужно же их поставить, блин. Ну, кста... Ну, нормально пойдет. Так. Боже мой, что опять происходит? Че? А, в этом смысле. Нет, хер... А вот так. Все, вот так точно норм. Так, теперь берем 10. А только как их взять-то? Ё-моё. Так. А ну-ка, нормально поставились. Точно же так, тут ничего не сзади. О, прекрасно. И теперь 20 двигателей наружных. Только они уже без вот этого просто движки. Хватит издеваться, а. Просто вот 20 движков. О! Да ну и сразу что? Нет. А вот тут уже нифига не нормально. Они поставились. Ну, даже не так. А как-то МП так. Но нет. Вот, кстати. Или МП как они должны быть? Наверное, вообще вот так. Но нет. Потому что, да ё-моё. Ну видите, какая дрянь тут. Такой дыры быть не должно. Ну и явно не так, а может здесь. Ага. Ё, куда я их вообще двигаю? Так, понятно. По новой. И почему он вдруг решает, что 2, что 10? Так, о. Вот, да.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Starbase, Texas for the 11th flight test of the world's largest and most powerful reusable rocket, Starship. Today's flight marks our second reuse of a Super Heavy booster and what's expected to be the final launch of our second-generation vehicle. I'm Amanda Lee, a build reliability engineer here at SpaceX.
And I'm Jake Berkowitz, a lead propulsion engineer on our SpaceX Raptor team. Today, we're coming to you live from Star Factory, just under 2 miles away from the rocket on the pad. Right outside on the lawn, the crowd is starting to gather, and after liftoff, we expect that crowd to head back in to watch the rest of the launch with us and have a party.
And right behind us are 3 generations of Raptor engines, the third of which we're looking to debut on the next generation of Starship. And we'll talk a little bit more about that upgraded rocket later in the program.
Yeah, and if you watched Flight 10, you'll know it was a really, really good day for Starship. All objectives were met, and we got tons of great data to learn from. And today, we're looking to build on the success of that flight.
Yeah, that's right. Like in Flight 10, we're again planning to deploy Starlink simulator satellites as well as test the limits of ship's heat shield during re-entry. A controlled descent, flip maneuver, and soft splash in the Indian Ocean are also planned for ship. And hopefully, our recovery team will be able to deliver some more of those amazing views that we got back on Flight 10.
Yeah, those views are just awesome. Another crazy thing, and for those of you keeping track, today actually marks the 1-year anniversary of our historic first ever booster catch. That was Booster 12. And even though we're not attempting a catch today, every time we launch a Starship, it's a big day. All right, so everyone buckle up because maximum excitement is guaranteed.
All right.
And Dan Hewitt joins us from over near Mission Control. Dan, how are things looking for launch today?
Hey, Jake. Hey, Amanda. Hey, everybody. We are looking great. I'm Dan Hewitt with SpaceX Communications. That's right. Right behind me is our Launch Control Center here at Starbase. Flight control team is on there. They're getting Starship and Super Heavy ready for liftoff. So as you can tell, when we look at the vehicle, prop load is underway. Things are looking good. We did shift our T0 a little bit. We're tracking to 6:23 p.m. Central Time, just a couple minutes into our window. All right, so as we noted, back in August, Flight 10, it did all the things. Did all the things we wanted it to do. Started off with Super Heavy, those 33 Raptor engines igniting, lifting off right at the top of its window at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. It was able to do a successful ascent, followed that up with hot staging, Starship's upper stage igniting those 6 Raptor engines, separating Super Heavy, making its way back down. We saw the hot stage pop off. It then completed its boost back burn, put it on the course towards that splashdown zone. It successfully did that landing burn when we intentionally disabled one of those 3 center engines. During the final phase of that, used a backup engine, entered into its final hover, shut down the engines, and then splashed down into the water. Ship, meanwhile, completed full duration ascent burn, got to its planned velocity, successfully put it on that suborbital trajectory, and then it was on to the in-space stuff. That first in-space objective was completed. 8 of those Starlink simulators were deployed. That was the first successful payload demonstration we've ever had from Starship. Each of these simulators, similar in size to the V3 Starlinks that we're going to be launching next year to add significant capacity and capability to the network. Then it was on to our second ever in-space relight of a Raptor engine. That's a key capability for when we're going to do deorbit burns on future orbital missions, and then when we're doing deep space maneuvers. Then on to the critical reentry phase, we're able to get data on the performance of that heat shield, the ship structure, push the envelope on it, using the flaps, got it down to the splashdown zone, did the landing flip, did the landing burn. Killer views from the recovery team, soft splashdown over in the Indian Ocean. We were just about 3 meters off of our target, so pretty much nailed it. It was a huge day, tons of excitement here at Starbase. Just a reminder, though, this is still the early days. I mean, we're on Flight 11 today. There's a lot more we're going to do to get full reusability, increase our launch cadence, eventually start sending missions to the Moon and Mars. I mean, we've got thousands of launches to come. But for now, we're looking good for launch. Toss it back down to Amanda and Jake.
Awesome. Thank you, Dan. Starship is the first orbital launch vehicle engineered to be fully reusable, just like a commercial airliner. In fact, to the end, we're actually reflying a Super Heavy booster for the second time today. This booster last flew on Flight 8. So let's just start with how powerful this rocket really is. When you stack Starship up against one of the world's biggest airplanes, the 747, a single Raptor engine is actually double the thrust of all 4 airplane engines put together. So that means the Super Heavy over in the pad right now, with its 33 Raptors, is equal to the power of about 64 747s.
Yeah, that's just crazy, Amanda. The power this rocket generates is incredible. To be specific, it's over 16.7 million pounds of thrust. Numbers almost incomprehensible, but it's just crazy. All right, to break it down, Starship is made of two parts. First is the Super Heavy booster, which is powered by 33 of those Raptor engines that run on liquid methane and liquid oxygen. And second is the Starship upper stage, powered by 6 Raptor engines. 3 are optimized for sea level performance, and 3 are for vacuum performance with that larger nozzle extension. All right, it's the Starship second stage that will one day carry cargo, payloads, and people all the way to Mars and beyond.
The Super Heavy booster is designed to launch, separate, flip, and return to the launch site where it can be caught by the chopsticks on the launch tower. However, as previously noted, we won't be attempting one of those catches today. Starship, on the other hand, re-enters the Earth's atmosphere at the conclusion of its mission, steering itself to a vertical landing or catch. And both stages are designed to return to Earth and fly again, making this the first rocket in history that will be fully reusable.
Yeah, and we cannot forget that between the two vehicles is the hot stage ring, a structure made of steel that allows the ship's engines to ignite while still attached to the booster, enabling a faster and more efficient stage separation. Right now, that hot stage ring is single use, but in the future, it will be built in directly to the V3 booster forward end.
And finally, the infrastructure built to support Starship is referred to as Stage 0. This includes the launch pads, tank farm, and the launch towers, which hold the chopsticks that catch the Super Heavy booster and eventually will also catch the ship.
Yeah, and to get us ready for launch today, we recently conducted another static test fire, basically where we fire up the engines to mimic a launch without actually launching. We're seeing the booster on the screen right now. It's a crucial milestone to let us know we're ready to go. And then here we're seeing ship. We did this for the second time on a retrofitted mount on Pad 1. We had a full 9-second duration burn on all 6 engines.
We should also note that today's launch on Pad 1 is intended to be the last launch on this pad in this configuration. As we head into the next generation Starship flight test program, we'll be modifying Pad 1 to meet the demands of our future missions.
Yeah, and among many other things, we're installing a new orbital launch mount, a new flame trench system, and upgrading the chopsticks for future catches. So until that's complete, we'll be running operations from Pad 2, which will be coming online very soon. All right, let's go over to Hawthorne, where Tyler is ready to talk a little Starlink.
Thank you, Jake and Amanda. My name is Tyler Lionquist, and I'm a Starlink business analyst here at SpaceX. Starlink is SpaceX's low Earth orbit, high-speed internet that's bringing connectivity both on Earth and in space. So Starship is outfitted again today with 4 Starlink terminals, powering those incredible live shots of ship in orbit, through re-entry, and then all the way down to splashdown in the Indian Ocean. Now, we've had a couple of recent milestones that are worth celebrating. Back in September, we launched Starlink for its 300th time, and this summer, we surpassed 7 million active customers with service available across 150 countries and territories. We've come a really long way since turning on service for our first paying customer in rural Idaho 5 years ago, back in October of 2020.
Maples are looking beautiful.
I'm Wendy Layer. I live in Sandpoint, Idaho, and we are the first Starlink customers.
With Starlink, we didn't have to compromise on where we live due to the lack of technology.
The minute they turned it on, we could stream a movie, we could video chat, we could play games on the internet without a lot of lag. I changed jobs earlier this year, so now I actually have the ability to work remote.
Here's my house. The program runs on the cloud. I can send anything I want out to get prices and designs.
I like to bake, so I've been able to research recipes and try new things.
Good day, go for a walk.
Good day for a walk.
We can live very rural, and yet we are connected to anybody like in the city.
And I'm happy to report that Wendy and Sean are still Starlink customers today. So in just over 5 years, we've added dedicated services for aviation, maritime, RVs, and rail, and have expanded our emergency response capabilities. We've activated high-quality internet for millions of people, including those that live in some of the most remote places on Earth. Starlink is enabling rural school districts, counties, and tribal governments to offer online access to education, telemedicine, and many other critical services, in some cases for the first time ever. And yet, a third of the planet continues to go without access to reliable high-speed internet, so there's a lot more work for us to do. But Starlink was designed from the very beginning to meet these needs. And as each new version of Starlink comes online, the constellation's capacity and performance increases significantly. The larger V3 satellites that will deploy from Starship will bring gigabit connectivity to users and are designed to add 60 terabits per second of downlink capacity to the Starlink network. That's more than 20 times the capacity added with every V2 mini launch on the Falcon 9. And then on the cellular front, last month, SpaceX announced a deal that provides Starlink with exclusive spectrum for its next generation direct-to-cell satellites, which will be capable of providing broadband service to cell phones globally. Starlink is the largest 4G coverage provider on Earth. Over 7 million people across 5 continents already rely on Starlink to connect their LTE phones to data, voice, video, and messaging, where terrestrial service is unavailable. So we're excited to have the opportunity to help close those coverage gaps and ultimately eliminate mobile dead zones around the world. So yeah, there's a lot happening with Starlink, and there's a lot more to come. So let's head back to Amanda and Jake at Starbase to take us through today's flight profile.
Thank you so much, Tyler. So today's float profile, we're looking to get our second re-entry with this iteration of ship. And prior to every launch, we work closely with the FAA and international air traffic organizations to efficiently and safely integrate launch and re-entry operations into the airspace.
And we've got a special guest here. We're live. How's it going? Good to see you, boss.
Hi.
Hey. How's work going?
Good. We're live right now. Yeah. Getting ready for Flight 11. How are you feeling for it?
Good. This is the first time that I'm going to be actually outside standing and watching the rocket. Normally I'm in mission control and stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
But now I'll be standing out in the garden there.
Okay.
So
awesome.
It's really going to be much more visceral.
Yeah. Yeah. You're gonna feel
Great
it.
place
It's
to
gonna
watch.
be. It's gonna be. It's gonna be awesome.
Filming?
We'll be in here this time, but usually we're out there watching. Yeah.
All right. Sounds good.
Good luck
Later.
and have fun.
Have fun.
All right, so that was an exciting cameo there. But yeah, starting with liftoff, we'll get into the flight profile here. Super Heavy will ignite 33 engines, 24 of which are flight proven today. We'll power through ascent ahead of hot stage separation, where booster will shut down all but 3 engines. Stage 2 lights its Raptor engines while still attached to Super Heavy. That is what we call hot stage separation. We'll see a directional booster flip and engine relight for boost back. And we'll be intentionally headed to a splashdown in the Gulf with a V3 style landing burn demonstration today.
Meanwhile, ship will continue with its ascent burn to a suborbital trajectory, where it will attempt to deploy 8 Starlink simulator satellites. And we're also planning to relight a single Raptor engine. Then it's time for re-entry, where we're once again testing the limits of Starship's heat shield by intentionally removing tiles. The ship will also perform a pretty dynamic banking maneuver that mimics the path of a return to launch site for Ketch that will fly on a future mission. And if all that goes as planned, we'll conclude the test with a landing flip, burn, and soft water splashdown in the Indian Ocean. So definitely another action-packed flight profile, Dan.
This is planned to be the final launch of this version of Starship, version number 2. Right now, we're actively building multiple next-generation V3 Starship and Super Heavy vehicles in the factory, kind of right behind us, so let's take a minute and nerd out a little bit. All right, those are going to be launching from Pad 2, which is nearing completion down here at Starbase. Both the pad and the vehicles are going to roll in really significant changes. This is building on everything we've learned from all of these flight tests to make a vehicle that we're looking to mass produce. Starting with the Starship upper stage, which is going to look pretty similar on the outside, but it's getting pretty much a complete overhaul under the hood. We're getting major design changes to its propulsion system that's going to accommodate that new version of Raptor, which puts out higher thrust. We're also getting an energy storage upgrades, tons of avionics changes, a lot of things that will enable longer duration missions. One notable thing you'll start seeing on the outside are these new docking adapters, which we'll use when we bring 2 Starships together for propellant transfer. That's a core capability of Starship that we're going to demonstrate next year. Bottom line, though, this is the Starship we're planning to use for all of our next major milestones: orbital missions, return to launch site and catch, reuse, propellant transfer, and then making our way to the moon and Mars. Now, Super Heavy, we've shown some of this off, some of this hardware already coming out of the factory. It has upgrades like this, a redesigned fuel transfer tube. That thing's roughly the same size as the first stage of a Falcon 9 rocket. That channels all that cryogenic fuel down to Super Heavy's 33 engines. We made it bigger, It's basically a rocket inside of our rocket that gives us a faster, more reliable flip and simultaneous engine startup. New booster also going to have an integrated hot stage, a lot more vent area, and it's designed to be fully reusable. Pressure from those engine plumes gets vented out, mostly offset just by the pressure in the fuel tank. That is the top of the fuel tank. And then we add a non-structural layer of steel on the top that helps take all the heating. It's mapped to where all the high heating goes. Grid fins also getting a big change, going from 4 down to 3. They're 50% larger, though, much higher strength. They're also going to get used for vehicle lift and catch. That's all made possible. There's a new catch point addition on those grid fins. We've also kind of reclocked their position on the booster. That aligns them with the catch arms. Yeah, we got it right in the middle there. All right, and then powering it all, Raptor 3. Looks radically different, just straight up radical. Tons of major changes. It's coming in higher thrust, dramatic reduction in parts, tons of control mechanisms moved inside. Our McGregor team's built some additional stands like this one, which essentially is the bottom of a super heavy booster, lets us do gimbal or steering tests. So that's been really exciting to see. We've also been getting vacuum versions of Raptor 3 into test. The first flight engines are already in production and are about to start acceptance testing for Flight 12. So a lot of exciting changes coming, and we're getting ready to mass produce everything, including one of the really key contributors to that rapid reusability, the heat shield tiles. Let's jump over to Tyler real quick in Hawthorne, who's got a really cool look at what's happening with tiles in Florida.
Thank you, Dan. Indeed, Starship's heat shield is the linchpin to full and rapid reusability. We can't launch, land, refuel, and launch again if we have to spend months refurbishing the heat shield after every launch, like they did in the Space Shuttle program. So, in a future where Starship is flying several times a day, many, many thousands of heat shield tiles will be required. So yeah, we need to get cooking on those tiles, which is exactly what's happening inside the fully automated bakery down at the Cape. In just 3 years, tile production at the bakery has surpassed the total number of
Так, ну и мы продолжаем. Все сначала начну. Старшип, сколько всего вы там советуете? Явно самая легендарная ракета в истории, на данный момент единственная реальная надежда человечества на межпланетное будущее. И на то, что космические полеты станут доступными для всех. Ведь Старшип — это первый в истории полностью многоразовая ракета, так еще и с огромным соподъемностью в 150 тонн, который будет только расти. Он станет самой дешевой ракетой в истории. Старшип на самом деле начал свой путь еще с 2005, с начала 2000-х годов, там с проекта Falcon X, затем в 2012 году проект Марс колониального транспорта. И в 2016 году проект ITS. С того момента дизайны очень много раз менялись сильно, и в 2015 году была объявлена о программе Starship. С 2015 года в Starbase строились различные прототипы достойные для много чего другого. Иногда даже происходили полеты, некоторые из которых даже были успешными. И теперь SpaceX нацелен на сегодня, на 13 октября, на 23:23 по ETC, со стартовым окном до 00:30 по ETC 14 октября. На запуск 11 испытательного интегрированного полета Starship Booster 15.2 и Ship 38. Это будет последний полет второй версии Starship, а также последний полет с первой оригинальной орбитальной стартовой площадки Starbase Orbital Launch Mount A. Предстоящий полет будет основан на успешных демонстрациях, полученных в ходе 10-го летного испытания Starship, включая летные эксперименты по сбору данных для своих тяжелых ускорителей. Следующее поколение тестирования теплозащитного экрана Starship, демонстрации маневров, которые будут имитировать финальный заход в верхнюю ступень на посадку для будущего возвращения на стартовую площадку. Ускоритель, участвующий в этом испытательном полете, ранее участвовал в полете 8 и будет запущен с 24 проверенными в полете двигателями Raptor. Его основной целью испытаний станет демонстрация уникальной конфигурации работы двигателей при посадке, которые планируется использовать на сверхтяжелом ускорителе следующего поколения. Ракета будет протестирована на траектории посадки в районе залива Америка и не будет возвращаться на место запуска для посадки. Super Heavy включит 13 двигателей в начале посадочной импульса, затем перейдет в новой конфигурации с 5 двигателями для фазы отклонения. Ранее использовавшиеся 3 двигателя запланированы для Super Heavy V3. Базовый двигатель будет использоваться на участке импульса, отвечающего за точную настройку траектории ускорителя, обеспечивая дополнительную избыточность на случай спонтанного выключения двигателя. Затем ускоритель перейдет на свои 3 центральных двигателя в конце посадочного импульса, войдя в режим полного зависания над поверхностью океана, после чего двигатель выключится, и он упадет в залив Америка. Оставляет серьезные испытания измерить динамику реального аппарата при прохождении двигателей, то есть при выключении двигателей при переходе между различными фазами. Верхний блок Starship предназначен для решения нескольких космических задач, включая запуск 8 имитаторов Starlink, сопоставимых по размеру со спутниками Starlink следующего поколения. Имитаторы Starlink будут находиться на той же параллельной траектории, что и Starship, как ожидается, сгорят при входе в атмосферу. Также планируется повторный запуск одного из двигателей Raptor в космосе. Серьезные испытания, включая в себя ряд экспериментов и эксплуатационных изменений, направленных на обеспечение возможности возвращения верхней ступени Starship на стартовую площадку. В будущих полетах для повторного входа в атмосферу со Starship были сняты плитки, чтобы намеренно провести стресс-тест уязвимых зон по всему аппарату. Несколько отсутствующих плиток находятся в местах, где плитки соединены с аппаратом и не имеют абляционного слоя, чтобы имитировать траекторию, на которой корабль будет возвращаться на звездную базу в будущих полетах. Заключительный этап траектории Starship на рейсе 11 включает в себя динамический вираж и проверку дозвуковых алгоритмов наведения перед посадочными импульсами и приводнением в Индийском океане. Статус подготовки к полету. За 6 часов 15 минут у нас была перекрыта дорога, за 2 часа 10 минут начало работы заправочной инфраструктуры, за 53 минуты, собственно, началась сама заправка, за 19 минут 40 секунд было начато охлаждение двигателей. Так, что у нас там еще интересного есть?
Development continues down here at Starbase, Texas, to shape this growing city into a truly unique place to live and work. And part of being a city, particularly...
Была анимация Starlink V3, понятно.
The nearby Boca Beach dunes have unfortunately been eroding at an alarming rate for some time.
Starship оснащен 4 терминалами Starlink, обеспечивающие прямую трансляцию и телеметрию в режиме реального времени на протяжении всего полета в рамках одной сети, предоставляющая надежный высокоскоростной интернет более чем 7 миллионов активных пользователей по всему миру. Ила не упускает возможности прикольнуться никогда, но там был момент. На 17 минутах 1 секунде до запуска. Тем временем Starship. Ясно, шиза уже.
Yeah, particularly engineers, especially for our propulsion and mechanical system teams.
You could be working on tests just like these ones, proving out the designs of our next generation Super Heavy booster. Fun fact, we actually tested the booster to 13,400 tons of thrust, which is more than the power of 3.5 Saturn V rockets, which is just crazy. We're also looking for civil and structural engineers to help literally...
Кстати, вспоминали годовщину 5-го полета. Также в стыковке будет использовать раскладные штыри, судя по анимации, показанной на отметке 14 минут 11 секунд до запуска. Вид ХСР бустера 3-й версии изнутри был на отметке 13 минут 14 секунд до запуска. SpaceX сейчас производит более 1000 плиток теплозащиты в день. На одном корабле их более 12 тысяч, по-моему, 12 чем-то тысяч. На 12 минутах 25 секундах до запуска показан прожиг Раптора 3-й версии. Анимации заправки обновили, кстати, да. Рассказывает про тестовые образцы нового поколения ускорителей сейчас.
Just about 3 minutes and 20 seconds before liftoff. We'll close out on ship, and then booster just about 30 seconds later.
Так, тем временем у нас меньше 5 минут до запуска. Что у нас? Ветер 13 миль в час, температура 71 Фаренгейт, все go, все go. Ё-моё. Текущий объем производства плиток теплоочитателя Starship превысил весь объем плиток для Space Shuttle. 4 минуты 20 секунд до запуска. Так, что тем временем можно сделать?
Past that T-minus 40 seconds, a number of events will occur in rapid succession. The ground spin and ignition systems come up to flight pressure, and ship switches...
Именно 2.10 это у нас 22 23, если 22, 21, 05. Да, выходит. Есть 22, 23, 30 выходит, тут 43, тут выходит 51, и тут 54, это выходит 23, 54, 0, 0,2. Да.
Away from launch, you can see the frost line all the way up. We just closed out prop load onto.
Так, 3 минуты. Ё-моё. Куда ты мне 4К поставил, блин, 1080 и хватит. Так, давайте перезагрузим последний раз. Так, тут все есть. Да что ты мне ставить, блин, 4К мне? Ну почему оно не пропадает? Достал. Так, заправка завершена.
2 minutes, 15 seconds to go. A lot of things on tap for Flight 11. Plan to be the last.
Главное, чтобы хода не было на 40 секунд, но вроде не должно.
Once again, we're really focused on getting ship over to reentry. Once we get to that phase, we're going to dive in. There's a lot of exciting stuff that's going to be happening on our way back through and down to the ground, hopefully out in the Indian Ocean. Minute 45. Should hopefully be seeing.
Так, ток.
There's a quick wiggle.
Минута 37.
Checking out the thrust vector control.
Более крупный спутник Starlink V3, который будет запускаться со Starship, обеспечит гигабитное подключение для пользователей и предназначенный для добавления 60 терабит в секунду пропускной способности на прием к сети Starlink. Это более чем 20 раз превышает пропускную способность, добавляемую при каждом запуске Starlink V2 Mini на Falcon 9. Траектория полета Starship для сегодняшнего теста. SpaceX тесно сотрудничает с FAA, международными организациями воздушного движения для эффективной и безопасной интеграции всех операций запуска и возвращения в воздушное пространство. Во время полета действия FAA повторно открыло все затронутое воздушное пространство в течение всего 9 минут. Некоторые участки были открыты повторно уже через 7 минут и не было значительных нарушений воздушного движения. Так, 40, давай пройдет. А, так, нет хода, ё-моё, 35 секунд. Так, все, смотрим.
Huntington back in the seat. Take us through the final
Flight
seconds
directors, go
until
for launch. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have liftoff. Go Super Heavy. Go Starship. Thanks for all the historic flights, Pad 1.
Eagles pitching downrange. Booster Raptor chamber pressure nominal.
Booster and ship nominal power and telemetry.
All right, we are about 45 seconds into flight. We're still getting the rattle here at Star Factory. We are seeing 33 out of 33 rattle.
Офигеть, все, 8 минут был ход и все, я в ахере. Так, есть запуск 11 испытательного интегрированного полета Starship Booster 15.2, все 33 двигателя работают. Так, пройден момент максимального аэродинамического сопротивления. Дарья. Так, Тут уже вот что-то с корпусом происходит. Прекрасно. Замечательно. Ну, все 30 движка работы. Далее у нас будет разделение ступеней. Значит, Боже, грузись ты быстрее. Сначала на отметке 2 минуты 37 секунд у нас начнется разделение ступеней. Сначала у нас будет зажигание, точнее нет, сначала у нас выключение будет из 33 двигателей первой ступени, потом будет зажигание 3 вакуумных двигателей второй ступени, затем разделение ступени, зажигание 3 атмосферных двигателей второй ступени, потом разворот первой ступени и перезапуск еще 10 двигателей первой ступени для маневра Boost Backburn на 13 двигателях. Ожидаем.
Kind of shut off in separate banks until we've just got those 3 center engines that never stop running for this process, and then looking for 6 ship Raptors. All right.
Так, сейчас будет
Miko coming up in about 10 seconds. See the engines throttling down.
Booster engine cut off. Ship ignition. Stage separation. Boost backburn startup.
И есть так.
All right, successful hot staging maneuver. So we've got 12 of the 13 engines lit back up on boosters, so it's doing its boost back. Real excitingly though, we've got 6 out of 6 Raptors lit on ship there, so it's now going to continue to make its ascent into outer space. Meanwhile, this boost back is happening. We're using those 13 engines. So everything, well, 12 out of the 13, and then we go down to 3, and then we're going to shut down for the end of boost back. That's sending Super Heavy back towards its planned splashdown zone in the Gulf. Right after we finish this boost back burn, we're also going to separate the hot stage. This will be the final time that we're doing this. All right, there's the end of the boost back burn. Should be seeing the hot stage.
20 секунд у нас так, есть отделение, кажется, горячего рождения. Далее на отметке 6 минут 20 секунд у нас начнется посадка первой ступени. У нас будет запущено 13 двигателей сначала, затем на высоте примерно 1100 метров там. Затем они перейдут на работу 5 двигателей, а не 3. Затем на работу уже 3 двигателей. И на высоте примерно 200 метров они отключат все двигатели, чтобы он упал в залив Америка, ну и разрушился при ударе. Чтобы не было как в 6-м полете, что обломки, блин, уплыли вообще вдаль Мексики, блин, и очень долго они плавали. Так, ох, ё. Так, главное, чтобы Старшип не долбанул, блин, потому что что-то оно там синее, что-то в двигательном отсеке страшно выглядит. Да. Опять что-то горит. Старший писал норме на траджекторе, говорят. Ладно, ожидаем посадку первой смены на отметке 6 минут 20 секунд, точнее начало посадки. Так, что оно, ё-моё, ну реально выглядит вот как будто тут утечка просто какая-то, как будто там дыра, блин, и вытекает кислород прямо из бака напрямую. Если это так, то ему топлива хрен хватит до нужной траектории дойти. Так, ну сейчас у нас уже будет посадка первой ступени бустер 15.2, который у нас, я напомню, уже летал в 8-м испытательном интегрированном полете вместе с кораблем 34 7 марта. Да.
Towards its landing site.
And we're just about 20 seconds away. from landing burn start, where we'll first ignite the center 13 engines, then bring that down to 5 to slow down the booster for landing. And finally, that will come down to 3, and we'll cut all of them off while we're still about 200 meters in the air. So booster is going to see a bit of a...
Booster landing burn startup. Booster landing burn shutdown.
And there we heard it. Booster landing burn shutdown. We saw a 13 to 5 to 3 B3 demonstration. And into the water we go. Wow, that was absolutely awesome. If you can even hear us right now, congrats to the whole SpaceX team. So far, so good for today. That was incredible.
И есть успешная посадка первой ступени Starship Booster 15.2. Да, на высоте 200 метров они отключили двигатель, он упал, но и, понятное дело, разрушился. Жаль, снаружи не показали взрыв, но это по-любому засняли, потому что это довольно недалеко от берега. Так, тем временем Starship у нас развил уже 15600 км в час, высоту 145 км, и мы ожидаем на отметке 8 минут 58 секунд выключения, собственно, сначала 3 вакуумных двигателей, затем выключение 3 атмосферных двигателей, выход уже на запланированную траекторию. Ожидаем.
One of our really key demonstrations we wanted to try and do today is that's mimicking what we're going to be hopefully doing. Oh, we just got our sonic boom, sounds like, from the booster coming back. All right, less than a minute to go. So we are going to see the 3 RVACs, the vacuum optimized engines, shut down first, and then we'll shut down those 3 center engines. So we should be a little under a minute until SECO. Just a reminder, this is putting us into a suborbital trajectory, so we're intentionally just going slow enough that we're not going to achieve full orbit. This puts us on a course where those engines shut off, and no matter what, we're coming back.
Starship is in terminal guidance.
In the Indian Ocean. All right, terminal guidance. So we should start seeing the shutdowns come up in just a couple seconds. Less than 30 seconds to go in this ship ascent burn.
Так, есть выключение
All right,
вакуумных
RVACs
двигателей.
have shut off. 3 more to go.
Ship engine cut off.
И есть выключение 3 атмосферных. Ну, где подтверждение нормальной траектории?
All right. All ship Raptors have shut
Nominal
down.
orbit insertion.
И есть подтверждение выхода на номинальную траекторию. Да, все-таки дожил. Дожил до выхода на запланированную траекторию. Далее у нас на отметке 18 минут 28 секунд у нас начнется развертывание макетов спутников Starlink. А вот он уже начинает переориентироваться для этого.
Yeah, if you could hear the crowd behind us this whole time, people are definitely happy with how the day's been panning out so far. Definitely exciting to see stuff.
Короче, не. Фигня-то все. В КСП мы уже не пойдем сегодня. Потому что нафиг его закрыть. Так, йо! Алло, что происходит? Ё-моё. Хотя, продувка баков может просто, я не знаю. Ладно, ожидаем отметку 18 минут 28 секунд.
All right, welcome back, everybody. If you're just now joining us, where the heck were you? But we are getting ready for payload deploy. That's going to start once we get the payload door open. That should be happening, or at least starting, within the next minute or so. It's been a really cool flight so far. Quick look inside the payload. We've got 8 Starlink simulators getting ready to make their way into outer space. But great flight so far. Booster able to make it all the way to its splashdown and landing burn experiment, so that was really exciting to see. We got ship on orbit, nominal orbital insertion, so right in the money with its trajectory. And now we're ready to start tackling a couple of in-space objectives. So next up, we are currently venting down the nose cone, essentially the payload area of Starship, as we get ready to open up this payload door. We were able to do this successfully for the very first time on our last flight, on Flight 10. Oop. Hal got ahead of me. Looks like he's opening up the payload door already.
Так, и у нас есть открытие дверцы грузовой отсека, и на отметке 18 минут 28 секунд должна начаться выгрузка 8 макетов спутников Starlink в третьей версии. А я напоминаю всем то, что мы смотрим 11-й испытательный интегрированный орбитальный полет Starship Booster 15.2, который успешно приводнился в американский залив уже. И также Ship 38, который сейчас находится на запланированной суборбитальной траектории и готовится к выгрузке 8 макетов спутников Starlink.
The same size as the V3 Starlink satellites that Starship's going to be carrying. That's going to add some pretty crazy capacity. We'll run through the numbers in a little bit. We were able to do this for the very first time ever on our last flight, and so this will be another test. We made a couple of tweaks to the rails for deploying this based off of what we saw last time, but excited to see these get out the door. Our next iteration of Starship's also going to have a more powerful PEZ. It's going to deploy these at a little bit faster speed, but looking to see our next demonstration of this hopefully in the next couple of seconds. We should start seeing them move out the door. I mean, that view on your left, so you're basically, that would be if you were sitting at the very top of the nose cone looking down. So there's kind of a short stack. There's 4 on either side, so 8 total. When we start...
Но на отметке 18 минут 28 секунд уже должны были начать ехать эти спутники. Чё они не едут, блин? Алло. Что происходит? Неужто сдохло все опять? Ну хотя дверцу открыли, это уже, ну нифига себе, раньше даже дверцу позже открыть не могли. Ё-моё. Ну боже, ну двигайтесь туда. О, двигается, ё-моё. Боже, орут-то все как бы третьи. Ё-моё. Спутник двигается внутри звездолета, ё-моё, такое счастье для всех, чё все орут так? Боже, шиза уже. Ладно. Так, а подождите, нам, кстати, по некоторым инсайдам говорили то, что на макетах спутников стоят камеры, то, что нам должны показывать вид Starship, ну, со спутника, с третьего лица. Ну, давайте, показывайте, сволочи. Или, как всегда, покажете аж через 3 месяца, через следующим полетом. Ну, перед следующим полетом. Да, с одной стороны, SpaceX разработала, если не самый сложный, то один из самых сложных двигателей за всю историю человечества, ракеты. А с другой стороны, то, что спутники двигаются у них по этой вот системе, это тоже, ну нифига себе, блин.
But also just real-time data through every phase of flight. So we've got a couple dozen cameras on Starship. We've also got a bunch of cameras spread across the globe, including out in the Indian Ocean, where we've got our fun
buoys floating. There goes another one. And I mean, we're using Starlink to bring all of this together. It's our drone shots you see here from our great team down here at Starbase, all connected. So Starlink not only giving us cool views off the planet, but also on the planet to help bring everybody along for all these Starship flights. I think that's number 4. Somebody check my map. Yeah, we've got 4 Starlink terminals on the outside of Starship. It uses that to talk to the constellation. And through that, we actually get about 120 megabits of bandwidth for our downlink. That's our real-time HD video, all of our telemetry. So it's not just kind of giving us these cool views inside, but it's giving all that engineering data in real time, including reentry, when normally a plasma layer builds up and blocks you out. Starlink, powerful enough of a frequency that we're able to kind of punch through that and still get that live view. All right, next one out the door. There we go.
Блин, жаль, что на темной стороне Земли все это происходит, и ну ни хрена не видно вообще. Мне кажется, даже если бы нам показывали запись с камеры, трансляцию с камеры на этих макетах спутников, все равно, вы единственное, что видели, это вот этот свет из грузовой отсека и все, потому что на спутники вылетают, их не видно вообще практически. Потому что, блин, темная сторона.
To meet the global growing demand for high-speed internet, SpaceX expanded its factory over in Bastrop, Texas, which is just outside of Austin, and also introduced Starlink Mini, as well as an upgraded version of the Starlink Standard Kit.
Yeah, and one thing to note about this satellite deploy is that they will be following the same suborbital trajectory of the ship. So these dummy sats will not be going in orbit. We do expect them to burn up on reentry.
All right, couple more to go. I promise one of these days we'll deploy in daylight. But we're basically trading deploy in the dark so we get those re-entry views for the daytime.
Но со спутника, то, насколько я знаю, был всего лишь инсайт какой-то там от кого-то там. То, что, возможно, там все-таки есть эти камеры, но, может, их либо там нету, либо нам просто сейчас не показывают. Может, потом как-то покажут, не знаю. Тут уж непонятно. Да даже если покажут там, вот опять-таки, кроме этого света, из дверцы грузового отсека ничего видно не будет, потому что темная сторона. Но, кстати, все, последний спутник он выплюнул. Все, теперь дверцу давайте закрывайте. И следующий этап, что у нас будет, это у нас на отметке 37 минут 49 секунд у нас будет опять-таки зажигание атмосферного двигателя Раптор для теста маневра схода с орбиты. Да. Поэтому ожидаем. Боже, капец, они там орут все.
All right, with that payload door closed, we're gonna sit tight, enjoy the views, and enjoy the space jams. Again, we'll be back in just a few minutes for Raptor Relight, and then head back for reentry.
Так, все, ожидаем перезапуск двигателя Raptor в космосе на отметке 37 минут 49 секунд.
All right, welcome back, everyone. If you're just joining us, you did miss some exciting stuff because Starship successfully
Итак, я напоминаю то, что мы смотрим 11-й интегрированный испытательный полет Starship, который стартовал у нас 36 минут назад в 23:23 по UTC. Это был последний полет с первой оригинальной орбитальной стартовой площадки Orbital Launch Mount A в Starbase в Техасе. Первая ступень ускоритель бустер 15, для которого это был второй полет, успешно отработал и приводнился в американском заливе. Вот. И вторая ступень, корабль Ship 38, он успешно вышел на западную траекторию, продолжает полет по западной траектории, совершил успешное развертывание 8 макетов спутников Стринки и сейчас готовится к перезапуску одного атмосферного двигателя Раптор в космосе для теста маневра схода с орбиты, который должен произойти на отметке 37 минут 49 секунд. Ожидаем.
So this will be a critical capability. Once we go to full orbital missions, you'll have to do a deorbit burn to break out of orbit, send it back down to Earth. But in this instance, we're already on our way back down towards Earth. So this is just going to demonstrate the capability of turning one of these engines on. We should be coming up in just about 20 seconds or so, looking for one of those Raptor engines to turn back on. They've been off since we completed that successful ascent burn almost 30 minutes ago. Here we go.
Oh, Raptor ignition. And shutdown.
All right, there was that Raptor relight. Looks like engine 3 full duration. As Dan mentioned, that's a third attempt, and we just did it 3 times in a row. So congrats to the team, the ship team, Raptor team.
И есть успешное зажигание одного атмосферного двигателя Raptor для теста маневра схода с орбиты и успешное подтверждение продолжения полета по номинальной траектории. И далее, что у нас будет, это на отметке 1 час 3 минут... Нет. На отметке 47 минут 43 секунды у нас уже начнется вход Старшипа в атмосферу. Поэтому ожидаем.
Starship is slewing for entry. Starship is approaching entry interface.
Ship is starting entry, good attitude.
All right, welcome back, everyone. The ship is currently re-entering Earth's atmosphere. As a reminder, we don't plan to recover the spacecraft today, but rapid and reliable reusability is the ultimate goal.
You can see plasma starting to build on the windward side of the rocket there. And, re-entry is a critical phase of flight, and we need information on how the ship systems perform. Re-entry is also extremely demanding portion of flight because we need the ship to scrub off all of the energy we used to launch the rocket. So remember the 33 engines plus the 6 engines on ship that we used to get up into space, we now are using aerobraking.
И мы продолжаем смотреть прямую трансляцию 11-го интегрированного орбитального испытательного полета Starship, который уже продолжается 46 минут. Он стартовал 13 октября в 23:23 по EDC. Это последний полет с первой оригинальной орбитальной стартовой площадки в Starbase Orbital Launch Mount А. Первой ступень ускорителя буста 15.2, для которой это был уже второй полет, успешно отработал и приводился в американский залив. А вторая ступень корабль Ship 38 у нас продолжает полет. Он успешно вышел на запланированную траекторию, успешно произвел выгрузку 8 макетов спутников Starlink следующего поколения, успешно перезапустил один двигатель Raptor в космосе для теста маневра схода с орбиты, и уже начинается его вход в атмосферу. Выставлен на составе 91 километр, скорость 26 800 километров в час. Вот, сейчас, я думаю, также стоит еще раз пройтись в целом по запуску, но по описанию. Вот да, плазма на 135 километрах, особенно все нам главное говорят, граница атмосферы 100 километров. Да какие там 100, если плазма уже на 135 начинается, ну ё-моё, надо поднимать уже границы, я думаю, атмосферы. Но тогда ни в Шепарда космоса дотягивать не будет. Да, на этот раз другой. Так вот, этот полет будет основан на успешных демонстрациях, полученных в ходе 10-го летного испытания Starship, включая летные эксперименты по сбору данных для сверхтяжелого ускорителя следующего поколения, стресс-тестирование теплозащитного экрана Starship и демонстрацию маневров, которые будут имитировать финальный заход в верхние ступени на посадку для будущего возвращения на стартовую площадку. Ускоритель, участвующий в этом испытательном полете, ранее участвовал в полете 8 и был запущен с 24 проверенными в полете двигателями Raptor. Его основной целью испытания стала демонстрация уникальной конфигурации работы двигателя при посадке, которую он планируется использовать на сверхтяжелом ускорителе следующего поколения. Ракета была протестирована на траектории посадки в районе залива Америка. Сейчас. Super Heavy включил 13 двигателей в начале посадочного импульса, а затем перешел на новые конфигурации с 5 двигателями для фазы отклонения. Ранее использовавшиеся 3 двигателя запланированы для Super Heavy V3. Базовые двигатели были использованы в участке импульса, отвечающем за тонкую настройку двигателя, то есть за тонкую настройку траектории ускорителя, обеспечивая дополнительную избыточность в случае спонтанного выключения двигателей. Затем ускоритель перешел на свои 3 центральных двигателя в конце посадочного импульса, войдя в режим полного зависания над поверхностью океана, после чего двигатели отключились, и он упал в залив Америка. Верхняя ступень Starship предназначена для решения нескольких космических задач, включая успешный запуск 8 имитаторов Starlink, сопоставимых по размеру со спутниками Starlink следующего поколения. Имитаторы Starlink находятся на той же сопровождательной траектории, что и Starship, и, как ожидается, уже должны перевойти в атмосферу Земли. Также был успешно произведен перезапуск одного двигателя Raptor в космос. Серьезные испытания включают в себя ряд экспериментов и внесения эксплуатационных изменений, направленных на обеспечение возможности возвращения верхней ступени Starship на стартовую площадку в будущих полетах. Для повторного входа в атмосферу со Starship были сняты плитки, чтобы намеренно провести стресс-тесты уязвимых зон по всему аппарату. Несколько отсутствующих плиток находятся в местах, где плитки соединены с аппаратом и не имеют резервного операционного слоя, чтобы имитировать траекторию, по которой корабль будет возвращаться на звездную базу в будущих полетах. Заключительный этап траектории Starship на этом рейсе включает в себя динамический вираж и проверку дозвуковых алгоритмов наведения перед посадочными импульсами при введении в Индийском океане. Во многих, с корабля снято порядка около 105 плиток теплового щита. Причем в некоторых местах снимали по 4 плитки вместе. То есть, причем опять-таки в некоторых местах там тупо голая сталь, даже нету промежуточного вот этого покрытия. И по некоторым подсчетам, изношенность корпуса будет очень высокий, и у нас есть реально большой шанс, будет прогар корпуса, это точно, этого никак не избежать. Из-за этого прогара будет очень большая, как уже я говорил, изношенность корпуса, и он может посадку, тупо нагрузки при посадке не пережить, и в прямом смысле разлететься. Либо еще перед посадкой, либо как раз в момент, там, допустим, переворота уже при посадке. Вот. Впрочем, 71,5 километров высота, скорость 25300 километров в час, и продолжается вход в атмосферу. Сейчас, подождите. Далее на отметке вот 1 час 30 минут 30 секунд. Он уже должен перейти на трансзвуковую скорость. Это будет высота порядка 20 километров. Но где-то на высоте 20-23 километра он уже переходит на дозвуковую скорость и переворачивается уже из практически вот такого вертикального положения. Сейчас наклонение составляет примерно 60 градусов. Он уже переворачивается ровно в горизонтальное наклонение. И у нас начинается вылет наконец-то на светлую сторону. Ох, ё-моё, это красиво.
Skirt is intact so far this time. If you watched Flight 10, you saw we entered with a little bit missing. That was ultimately traced to a little bit of build up. We dumped prop on the way. We had a little bit of solid propellant build up, and then either static discharge or the plasma ignited it, took out a tiny bit of that skirt, some of the aft flaps, but Starship again was able to fight through it, make it all the way to that landing burn. We addressed that, changed some of our prop dunk con-ups though, so should not be seeing that this time around. And as a reminder, in addition to these missing tile tests, we're doing kind of a unique flight on the way in. It's going to do what we call a banking maneuver. So while we're still going supersonic and even hypersonic, we're doing kind of a banking turn. And then we'll do a pretty aggressive turn right as we get into the subsonic and start doing our belly flop. And that's designed to essentially be the approach that we would do on a return to launch site and the tower catch. So don't be surprised if we see the ship start to turn and make a few maneuvers as it makes its way down to the Indian. And fun fact, even though we're doing all this turning, we're essentially targeting the exact same spot in the Indian Ocean we went to last time. All right, just about 12 minutes to go. Still looking good. That gives a pretty good view of those aft flaps where, again, on the leading edge, I think it might be on the one on the other side, we had some tiles removed with no backups behind it. So again, we're really trying to stress some of the most sensitive areas around starships, where basically if you lose a tile, it's the worst possible spot. And if we're able to make it through this, then that tells us quite a bit about just how resilient this vehicle is.
Yeah, and that shot we just had earlier was looking at what we call the business end of Starship with all the Raptor engines. And those are the engines that we're going to be expecting to light for that flip and landing burn, hopefully in about 10 minutes once we get through reentry. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, looking at E3, that's the one we did the relight on. So it's 2 for 2 so far. We'll see if it can go 3 for 3.
Yeah.
All right, we can see that speed just continue to bleed off under 20,000 kilometers an hour. Ship still holding together.
Yeah, and if you look in the bottom right, looks like we've made it all the way to the Indian Ocean. We're coming up kind of near Australia, the west side of Australia there, so pretty crazy. We're only 56 minutes in, and we've made it all the way, halfway around the world. It's actually a good demonstration of a future capability we hope to have on Starship where we will do point-to-point transport on Earth. So essentially travel anywhere in the world in about an hour or so, which is, going to be pretty crazy. Imagine going from New York to Sydney in 1 hour instead of the, 20 hours it takes currently.
And a reminder, so this camera is, we see the Some of the heat rate picking up a little bit. And this camera is embedded right in the end of one of those forward flaps, so you see it moving around. That's the flap adjusting to maintain control. It's like we're getting into our bank maneuver.
Так, ё-моё, а вот и походу начинается... Как оно летит, блин, охереть. Японский. Я в ахере. Я думал, это корыто меня уже ничем не удивит. Также звездолет, который решил полететь боком. Ладно.
Vehicle is now at maximum dynamic pressure.
Говорят, максимальное динамическое сопротивление у нас сейчас. Что-то... Ну ладно. Ну типа, это походу есть тот маневр, короче. Как он там правильно называется? Ну вы поняли, какой маневр. Который у нас будет на уже орбитальных миссиях, чтобы, ну да, потому что тут же прикол вот в чем будет. Он будет взлетать, ну, он будет 1,5 часа, грубо говоря, примерно полный оборот делать, и за 1,5 часа уже Starbase сам, он чуть-чуть, ну, изменит свое местоположение, но Земля ж прокрутится, и нужно будет наклонение посадочной траектории изменить, и вот таким образом он будет его изменять, тем, что будет лететь в сторону. Я думал, он там чуть-чуть будет в бок наклоняться, но не полностью ж, блин, на 90 градусов тупо в бок уходить. Ё-моё. Ну ладно, продолжаем. Так, у нас тем временем высота 47 километров, скорость 10700. Уже платной практически нету на отметке. Час 30 минут 30 секунд. У нас уже будет высота примерно 20-23 километра. У нас в этом моменте он уже будет дозвуковой. Переход на дозвук и уже переход из вот такого вот положения, как сейчас, примерно 45-60 градусов вертикально, где в полностью горизонтальное положение. Ожидаем.
Team was able to get out there and provide any surprise views as Starship makes its way down. Oh, it's like they heard me. Ready and waiting, let's go.
Dan, you just spoke that view into existence there. And again, all brought to us by Starlink.
Maneuver has started.
All right, there we go. So we're now starting into our really heavy bank maneuver. And this does almost like a half circle loop to our actual trajectory. We're heading to the same exact splashdown point, but we're kind of doing a more roundabout way to get there, where it's this kind of big, long half moon loop and then a really aggressive and a twist right at the very end. And that would line us up with the launch tower. Starship, on a return to launch site, would fly over the tower, do a quick landing burn flip, and then come down for catching the arms.
How about that S38 decal there, staying strong on that view we just had?
Good to see the numbers back on.
Yeah.
All right, should be hitting transonic in about 2.5 minutes. Landing flip coming up in about 4. Pretty clouds there in the Indian Ocean today. Again, yeah, we changed our launch times. We launch in the evening now, so we get these daytime views down in the Indian Ocean. One of the things we're really looking for, the reason we have the drone, other than, yeah, that looks really cool, is we're able to kind of see the ship. We can only see so much from these cameras. You can't see like the vast majority of the heat shield. So we throw these buoys out there. We've got there's
you spoke it again, Dan. There it is.
They're playing with me in the control room. All right. But we have these buoys out there. We have these drones that we're trying to see externally how the heat shield held up. Everybody saw from Flight 10 it had a little bit of a paint job, a little bit of a reddish hue. That was from those metallic tiles that
Посмотри. Ё-моё, как он опять летел? Он уже перевернулся типа в горизонтальное положение. И он как-то вообще боком навалив. Ёпа! Как оно летает, блин. Тупо боком летит опять. Ладно. Ладно. Я вас понял. Ему и так... Что-то мне кажется, он и посадку переживет, и вообще все. Ну, соприкосновение с водой еще никто не переживал. Это, конечно, он в любом случае взорвется от соприкосновения с водой. Но мне кажется, он переживет и посадку, и все, и вообще. Мне кажется, когда я начну наконец-то в руки бачи обслуживания ловить, он ваш первый старшип, который сядет, он переживет вообще все, всякий. Короче, эта штука очень живучая уже стала. Ему пофиг вообще на все. А тем временем у нас уже есть переход, да, вот полностью уже в горизонтальное положение, нормальный уже, кстати, наконец-то. И уже дозвуковая скорость, точнее всего лишь уже 650 км в час и высота 13 километров. И далее у нас уже будет сама посадка. Сначала у нас включится 3 двигателя, затем мы вот перейти там уже на финальном этапе на посадку на 2, там на одном двигателе уже там, в зависимости какая тяга нужна будет. Посадка у нас начнется на высоте примерно 600 метров на отметке 1 час 5 минут и 58 секунд. Ожидаем.
All right, less than a minute to go.
The ship is making its turn for final approach.
And here's this kind of aggressive final turn that would essentially position it so it's right behind the launch and catch tower.
Боже, мне это почему-то очень сильно напоминает посадку SN.
Flaps holding strong.
Вот не знаю, вот как SN.
Landing burn in just under 20 seconds.
Тоже была камера с плавника впервые, кстати. Вот почему-то. Так, все, сейчас уже будет посадка. Ё-моё-то. Давай, скотина, садись.
Ship landing startup.
There's our landing burn. Three down to 2.
Starship has landed.
As we said, we're not planning on recovering the ship today. Hey, welcome back to Earth, Starship. We are down in the Indian Ocean. Let him hear at Starbase. What a day.
What a flight.
Ё-моё, блин. Она пережила это все издевательство над собой. Она, мать его, села, она даже взорвалась не сразу. Я даже такой думаю, где взрыв, блин, а вот. Ё-моё, блин. В ахере.
So congratulations to the team at Starbase and everyone here and around the company. So many employees contribute to the Starship program as we continue to iterate and make progress towards a multi-planetary future. So,
Да.
here in Hawthorne, thank you for tuning in, and back to you guys.
Starship второй версии все-таки смог доказать, что не ошибка какая-то, как мы думали в первых 2-3 полетах, а что все-таки он Нифига себе, блин, звездолет. Ну сейчас они стрим закончат и еще разберем это чуть-чуть.
Quite the light show. We had that Raptor relight 3 for 3. That was ahead of reentry, of course. And then that awesome splashdown that we just saw, including that dynamic banking maneuver to simulate RTLS when we return to the launch site. So yeah, we promised maximum excitement, and Starship delivered.
Definitely.
Congrats to all our teammates at SpaceX and to everyone who's supporting the Starship program. And thank you to all our future customers for your support.
We'd also like to thank the fine people of Cameron County, including the residents of its newest city, Starbase, as well as the Coast Guard, the Federal Aviation Administration, the Government of Mexico, and the Australian Space Agency.
Yeah, be sure to follow SpaceX on X for updates and about more of the exciting views we didn't get to feature on today's broadcast.
And if you're interested in more launch coverage just like this, head over to spacex.com/launches for the most up-to-date information.
All right, I will take us out. Hey, congrats, Jake and Amanda. You guys did amazing. Great job. All right, today we launched the world's biggest rocket, knocked out all of our objectives. Shout outs to every single person who made this look easy. Thank you to everybody tuning in. We're going to see you back here for the very first flight of our next generation Starship. So we'll see you then. Good night.
Так, ну, во-первых, надо почитать, что там у нас вообще было, блин. Так, ну то мы читать не будем. Так, сейчас. Ой. Ничего интересного мы не упустили. Кстати, вот что я, да, не заметил, при посадке ускорителя заработал движок, который не работал во время маневра Buzzback Burn тот 1. Так. Плитки на тыльной стороне закрыл, капот отваливается, надо и фиг с ними. Да. Кстати, да, на симуляторах все-таки спутников все-таки были замечены оборудование для съемки и аккумуляторы. А значит, может, нам все-таки когда-то покажут вид Старшипа от третьего лица. Так. Угу. Что это было, блин? Ладно. Механизм выгрузки макета в Starlink версии 3 работает сильно лучше и плавнее. В следующей версии корабля будет доработанная версия, которая еще и будет работать быстрее. Так. Угу. Угу. Так, ну и на этом все у нас. Так. Ну не... Короче, все. Шиза уже тотальная. Во-первых, я хочу все-таки посадку, во-первых, ускорителя пересмотреть. Вот что мне интересно. А ну, как там было? По движкам, да, так, 13. Угу. А потом вот, да, 3 вот этих, еще 2, как и предполагали, вот так вот. Расположенных двигателя. Да, потом их выключили 0,3 километра. А насколько вообще? Кстати, зажигание прям высоко было. 2,7 километра. 2,7, 2,5. Вот. Потом 1 километр переход. Э, 0,3 второй переход. Ну и 0,2 выключения. И посадку корабля посмотреть. Так. Что тут было? Тоже по движкам и этому всему. Тоже, блин, почему-то выше, чем 600, чем обычно. Во, 1 километр уже начинается зажигание. Но 0,9 хорошо. 3 движка, 0,9. Вот на это надо смотреть. 3 движка, 0,9. Вот 0,7 переворот. 0,5 уже перевернут. Так, 0,1 прям перед самым касанием переход на 2 движка. На 1 движок не переходил. Угу, и все. Понятно. Ну, что еще можно сказать? Что еще? Давайте просто поставим его. Где? Пусть тут крутится. Что можно сказать? Я не знаю, что сказать. Блин, ну типа, помянем вторую версию Старшипа, первую версию ускорителей, помянем вот этот легендарный бубрик под Старшипом, как его называют. Самую оригинальную первую орбитальную стартовую площадку, которая все будет перестроена уже под новые стандарты, будет выглядеть вот как вторая, которая уже практически достроена. Ну, говорят, вторую достроят, ну, я думаю, так, да, до конца года где-то вторую достроят, где-то в конце декабря, может, будет примерка на второй стартовой площадке. И вот, может быть, аж, я думаю, следующий 12-й полет уже третьей версии Старшипа с, ну, бустер 18, шип 39 с новой второй площадки. У нас будет аж в конце января, то есть нам ждать полет, грубо говоря, следующий, ну, 3,5 месяца. Это в хорошем случае, реально. Ну, 3 месяца там это, ну, 2,5 месяца минимум, 3,5 месяца, я думаю. Ну, то есть немало, блин, к сожалению. Да уж. Не знаю, что еще сказать. Кстати, у нас на сегодня еще запланирован запуск Falcon 9 с миссией Project Kuiper KF-03. Он изначально был запланирован там на 2 с чем-то. Ну, там буквально через пару минут после запуска Старшипа. Через пару десятков минут, если быть точнее. Потом его перенесли на как раз момент запуска совпадал где-то с моментом посадки Старшипа. Сейчас его перенесли еще больше. До него аж час 15 минут, так что не попадет он в этот стрим, к сожалению. Я вообще стримить не буду, потому что, ну, зачем оно там, ничего необычного. Все, да, полет уже засчитан как полностью успешной, посадки тоже. Итого Starship совершает уже 11 месяцев, которых 6 полностью успешные, 3 неудачные, 2 частично неудачные, и рейтинг безопасности составляет 63,6%. Да. Что у нас вообще по запускам? Вот также сегодня, 14 октября, в 16:30 по EDC будет запуск ракеты Electron с миссией Oval New World. Это я постримлю. Затем также в 23:12 по EDC запуск Falcon 9 с миссией Trench One Transport Layer C. Далее 16 октября в 1:30 ночи по EDC запуск ракеты Long March 18 известно полезной нагрузкой. Если будет стрим, то я это постримлю тоже. Далее 16 октября там Starlink Group 1052, 18 октября Starlink Group 1119, 19 октября Starlink Group 1017, 20 октября Starlink Group 11.5. Вот из интересного, 21 октября в 1:59 ночи по EDC запуск ракеты H3 версии 24L с первым грузовым космическим кораблем HTV-X на международную, на МК, наверное, да? Ну да. Вот. Далее, 22 октября Falcon 9 с миссией SpaceX New Generation 2. Вот из интересного, 24 октября в 11:30 по EDC запуск ракеты LVM-3, то есть это сейчас так уже называется GCLV MK3. Вот, с миссией KMC-02 XAT-7R. Это я постримлю. Ну и H3 постримлю. Далее 25 октября Starlink Group 1021. И до конца месяца еще Starlink Group 1125. Viasat 3F2 на Atlas 5551. И на этом все. Ну и вот сейчас на этом все. Это уже все, потому что я уже буду заканчивать прямую трансляцию. Да. Так, ну, сейчас что-то читаю. Переход. Я что-то изначально говорили, что переход на 5 движков это чисто тест. Типа, в случае... Вот, не, вот это надо рассказать интересный момент. Что типа в случае, если в последний момент уже при начале маневра посадки на башню будет отмена, чтобы его на этих 2 движках типа увести в океан. Но тогда по логике должны запускаться 2 крайних движка там на одной стороне, чтобы, ну, тяга была так, чтобы его максимально в сторону увести. Потом говорили, что это типа на случай, если вдруг движки отключатся, то чтобы он не долбанул. Ну, непонятно, короче, блин. Зачем? Кстати, вот мне, вот буквально где-то мы сидели назад, приснился этот полет, но там он почему-то первая ступень садилась на руки башни обслуживания, и там действительно был вот как будто вот этот сценарий, то что уже вот, ну, до башни оставалось буквально там метров 200, и они передумывают его садить. И тупо там включаются вот те 2 движка сбоку, и он улетает в сторону и падает прям в океан, там в начале океана. То есть только вот до воды долетел и падает. Такая вот шиза, блин. Боже, чё? Ой, да. Ну, было бы хорошо, если бы эту табуретку, но SpaceX ее по-любому просто раздолбанит и все. Было бы круто, если бы они ее типа сняли памятник, реально можно памятник космической табуретке поставить, ну прикольно же было бы. Ой, ну да, это вообще, боже, ё-моё, особенно первый полет. Ни видеса, ни хрена не было вообще. И кратер 2 метра после него. Ну, а может и не из альтернативной. Мне кажется, с тем, сколько Starship в будущем будет летать, тут, мне кажется, возможны все варианты события, полетов, в том числе вплоть до того, что Starship взорвется на стартовой площадке полностью заправленный, создав тем самым самый мощный неядерный взрыв в истории человечества. Там я что-то смотрел по подсчетам. Взрыв полностью заправленного Старшипа может составить от 8 до 12 килотонн. Понятное дело, он не будет такой мощности, там, как чуть ли не ядерка, который скинули на Хиросиму, потому что это все-таки по-другому работает, но сам факт от 8 до 12 килотонн. Да. А вот еще что-то написали. Может быть интересное. Ну ладно, давайте так уж и быть прочитаем. Это был самый успешный, практически идеальный запуск со всеми выполненными задачами и минимальным числом проблем, не считая 2 малозначительных аномалий. Самая впечатляющая часть это, ну, то, что с корабля Ship-38 сняли большие участки плиток в зонах максимального нагрева, и даже после этого прототип пережил вход в атмосферу и провел серию маневров со значительным отклонением от траектории. Был наглядно продемонстрирован плохой сценарий с успешным исходом. Теперь Starship предстоит довести до многоразовой системы с минимальным обслуживанием. Впереди нас ждет пауза в летных испытаниях, которые продолжатся в первой половине следующего года с новой ракетой Starship V3. Все, больше ничего нету. Ну и все, вот как раз повторить до выхода на почти орбиту дошли, вот все. Всем еще раз спасибо за просмотр и всем пока.